Social norms do not exist in isolation. They are embedded in a relatively thick web of beliefs, values, and other norms. For example, child marriage may or may not be a social norm, but is certainly embedded in a set of values and norms about honor and purity. So, we will discuss in this lecture the scripts and schemata in which social norms are embedded. These are rather complex cognitive structures that help us navigate daily life. What we're going to analyze in this lecture is not only their nature, but the different ways in which they can change and how this change can lead to social norm change. Enjoy the lecture. This is part 2 of our social norm lectures. Here I will discuss norm change and the tools we may use to enact change. Since norms do not exist in isolation, our Lecture 9 will highlight how social norms are embedded in a wider web of beliefs, values, and of course, other norms. Changing norms involved pay attention to the elements within which a norm is embedded. These elements are grouped together in structures that we call schemas and scripts. And this lecture is devoted to understand what they are and how they may change. Let us now listen to a good description of what this web of beliefs and values might be in child marriage.
Child marriage is embedded in a complex web and hierarchy of gender norms, including boy preference, low value of girls, arranged marriage, dowry, caste, endogamy, etc. And these social and gender norms remain very, very strong in India. None of these social and gender norms are necessarily challenged by delaying marriage of girls until age 18 years.
Today, we will talk about norms, scripts, and schemas. As I mentioned, norms do not exist in isolation. They are part of a web of cognitive elements and structures. It is important to understand that changing the underlying elements a norm is embedded in can help change the norm. As we shall see later on, this is a way in which a norm can be changed. Now, the first question we want to ask is, how is a norm activated? What is the mental, cognitive process through which norm activation takes place? The first thing we do when we encounter a social situation, be it a person, a phenomenon, or an event, we need to interpret it. What is it? To understand it and encode it. And this is what we call performing a social inference. After I observe a social situation, let us call it a stimulus or a pattern of stimuli, I try to understand it by assessing how similar it is to other situations or events that I have stored in memory. So, for example, in the case of a person or a social situation, I will ask myself, is it similar to ones I have encountered in the past? How can I understand it, and how should I act, given my understanding of what I am observing? Note that these processes are not conscious. We are not aware that we are processing all this information and this process takes place in our minds in split seconds. The process of trying to find similarities, finding in our memory similar events, people, or situations we have experienced is called a process of categorization. Think of a coin sorter. Similar coins are put in the same category. Tens with tens, five with fives, quarters with quarters. We abstract from specific features of particular coins, say quarters. We overlook their differences, such as being more or less worn, new or old. What matters is that they are all quarters. Categorization strips away inessential features, sorting things, quarters in our case, into a very general, abstract category. There are two main theories about methods of categorization. One says that we place a new stimulus into a category by looking at how similar it is to a single prototype. Another instead says that a new stimulus is compared to multiple known exemplars in a category. A prototype is an abstract average of category members, whereas an exemplar is an actual member of a category. Often, these two approaches work together in everyday life. We may learn through exemplars, but then we form a prototype. Once we categorize something as being part of a large class of objects, events, or people, we elicit what we call a schema. Now, what is a schema? A schema is a cognitive structure that represents our knowledge about particular phenomena. Take quarters. We know how much a quarter is worth, what we can buy with it, that we can use it in parking meters, and so on. Similarly, we have a lot of stored knowledge about many, many things, most of them much more complex than quarters. And this stored knowledge encompasses beliefs, expectations, and often also rules of behavior. We have schemas for social categories, animals, objects, events, people, and even ourselves. For example, there are occasions in which I may think of myself as an Italian, with all the typical or stereotypical characteristics we attribute to Italian women. Schemas are often organized around prototypes and are constructed through the observation of many examples. Think of a child learning what a car is. The child will be pointed to many examples, we call them exemplars, of cars. Toy cars he plays with, but also real cars. They all share certain elements. They have four wheels, have a steering wheel, they have doors, a windshield, and they can move. So the child will learn to recognize a car when he sees one. The child has learned the typical features of a category of things, cars in this case. He has developed a cognitive representation of the prototype of a car. Whether you observe a small or a big car, a red or a black car, he will match what he observed with his prototype of a car. The child's schematic knowledge of cars will be very different from an engineer's knowledge, who will distinguish cars by their engine types and form subcategories. What I want to stress is that these capabilities of forming categories and, when we face a new stimulus, making a similarity judgment and draw a categorization conclusion is something we constantly do. We possess schematic knowledge of people, animals, objects, situations, and events. And when we match something with a category, we immediately trigger the corresponding schema. is a schema related to cognitive activities such as interpreting and understanding new information, forming inferences, attributing causes. When new information comes in, we categorize it, how similar it is to something we already know, elicit a schema, and interpret and understand this information through the lens of the schema we have activated. Once a schema is activated, it will influence several cognitive activities. First of all, it will influence the perception and interpretation of the new information. New information will be perceived and interpreted very differently depending on the schema that is activated. The schema will also selectively retrieve memories of old information. We will find analogies with events, phenomena, or people we have encountered in the past. Finally, a schema will allow us to make inferences about missing information. Since we're interested in social schemas, we can define such a schema as generic knowledge of events, event sequences, roles, and rules of behavior. Schema activation involves several cognitive activities. As I mentioned before, perception, memory recall, inference, causal attribution are all influenced by the schema that is activated. Social expectation too will be influenced. Recall that in earlier lectures we talked about empirical and normative expectations. Where do they come from? They come from our schematic knowledge. Schemas are the source of our social expectation. And again, different schemas will prompt very different expectation. Think, for example, of the schematic knowledge of women in different societies, some more conservative than others. The social expectation about what a woman should or should not do, what role she normally fills, and the interpretation of a woman's specific behavior will greatly differ in such societies. Finally, our emotional responses will be influenced by the schema that is activated. A schema that affects our attribution of good or bad intention, or our finding causes for specific events and behaviors, will also elicit emotions that are appropriate to our interpretation of the situation, emotions that fit with it. We will see later on an example of gender schema activation with the accompanying expectation, causal attribution, and emotions, and how violation of established expectation leads to causal attribution and emotions that lead to domestic violence. Remember that the way we categorize people or situation will determine which schema is activated. The closer a stimulus, a person, an object, or a situation, is to a stored prototype, the more likely a particular schema will be activated. Let me show with a simple example how a schema is activated. Let's look at this image. Think, what schema does this pattern match up with best? Is it a keyboard? Or maybe a remote control? There are lots of points and little squares. Is it a building? Indeed, it is a building. It has windows and doors. The more prototypical the observed pattern is, the more likely the associated schema will be activated. Many people, if asked, will recognize it as a building, precisely because of its prototypical, stylized features. Doors and windows. Once we recognize that we are looking at a building, we will also retrieve a lot of stored knowledge about buildings. They can be office or apartment buildings. They have stairs and often also elevators, hallways, sometimes doormen, and so on. This schematic knowledge is prompted when we recognize that what we observe is a building. Lots of social schemas are shared within a culture. Shared empirical and normative expectation, that is what we expect people to do and what we think people believe we should do, are usually part of shared schemas for events and people. Think of common stereotyping of particular groups: African American, Asian, women, men. Stereotypes are typically shared by a group or an entire society, and as we shall see later on, may be difficult to eradicate. Once we elicit a schema, our actions are influenced by it, so a shared schema is reinforced through social interaction. Let us explore the way we apply schemas by looking at gender. Which schema is activated when you observe this little image? Typically, one would say a woman. Now, look at this new image where we have added some context: a table and a typewriter. What sort of schema is activated? Many people would say it is a secretary. Also because in our culture, most secretaries are women. Now, look at this little figure. How would you describe it? Many people will say it is a businesswoman. And what about this new image? A mother will occur more frequently than a babysitter, a nanny, or a grandmother. The most common interpretation is it is a mother. You see that the context, in this case, woman with child, influences the activation of a specific schema. But the schema in turn depends on how prototypical what we observe is. Now look again at a different image. What do you think looking at it? Two friends, brother and sister? Often people will say it is a couple, because the prototypical image of a couple is just a man and a woman together. Let us now imagine that the schema for woman was activated. Different cultures will have very different ideas about what a woman schema entails. Cultures differ in the characteristics, activities, roles they link to the woman schema. When the schema is activated, it influences how we interpret what we observe and what we expect from the women we interact with. We will have expectation about how a woman normally behaves in specific situations and how she should behave in such situations. These expectations are socially shared, color our interpretation and understanding of women action, and ultimately determine our behavior toward them. If I am a woman, this social expectation will influence not just my behavior, but even my judgment about how good or appropriate my behavior is. Let us now listen to examples of what it means in some cultures to be a good woman, and in particular, a good mother.
Why mothers do not breastfeed properly, and this is because they are advised by the elder women or the mother-in-law, and if they don't comply, they feel that they are bad mothers.
The mothers who marry their younger child, they are considered in the community as very good mother. If there is mothers in this association who have not married their girl child very early, they are not so well accepted. They are considered like mothers who expose their girl child, because the factual belief here is that marrying a girl child very early, it's a kind of protection in the society, in the community. So the mothers who do not marry their girl child very early are not good mothers. This is a script. They are considered like mothers who do not like their girl child.
Often, schemas refer to events or sequences of actions. We have schemas for eating in a restaurant, for giving a lecture, going to a wedding, preparing a meal, and taking a test. These are basic skeletal sequences of actions. Why skeletal? There are many ways of giving a lecture or preparing a meal, but the minimal sequence of actions is very much the same. Take meal preparation. The type of food will differ in different contexts, but the food will be processed, cut, sliced, peeled, and so on, prepared, roasted, steamed, left raw, and served. The minimal sequences of steps that one is expected to take is very similar across a variety of situations. These schemas for events or sequences of actions are called scripts. Certain schemas serve as trigger cues for scripts. For example, suppose we identify a building as a restaurant. These simultaneously elicit expectation about behavior, what people do in a restaurant, and brings to mind a sequence of typical activities. The type of restaurants may change, the activities may be more or less formal, but the sequence of activities is more or less the same. In a particular culture and society, we typically share beliefs about what to expect in recurrent social situations. Scripts typically include roles and rules. For example, a good mother script includes a role, that is, a set of connected behaviors, obligations, beliefs, and rules about how to behave in particular situation. For example, how to discipline a child, what to feed a newborn, or how to talk to one's child. A script also includes expectations about fulfilling the role and how to react if the accompanying rules are violated. So, which roles an individual feels or does not feel are identified through shared scripts.
The majority of mothers in the region do not have proper breastfeeding practice, and it's important to understand why. We look at different countries, different contexts, and especially Congo and the Plateau. Believe that the colostrum, the first milk, which is yellow, is not good for the baby, so they will wait for 24 hours, sometime more, until the breast milk is white to give to the child. And this is because they are advised by the elder women or the mother-in-law. And if they don't comply, they feel that they are bad mothers. We also needed to work on the image, on how mothers categorize bad or good mother. And we have to change that narrative by saying that a good mother is a mother who is exclusively breastfeeding his or her child because the child is healthy. It has less diarrhea, it has less pneumonia, and is really growing very well. So we needed to change that category of bad and good mothers.
These scripts and rules vary depending on the specific culture. For example, in some cultures, a good mother should hit a misbehaving child. In other cultures, corporal punishment is ruled out, and other sanctions, such as timeout, are thought to be more appropriate. In cultures where relatives live in a single household, there are very clear prescriptions about how a good wife should treat her in-laws. In cultures where the nuclear family predominates, dealing with in-laws is not strictly regulated, and there are no specific rules to follow. Many of the rules that are part of scripts are social norms. Think again of rules about how to treat in-laws in an extended family. Not only a woman will be expected to serve, respect, and obey her mother-in-law, but she will be approved or disapproved depending upon how well she performs such duties. Let us summarize the script activation process, which is, as we have seen, also a norm activation process. You observe something, let's say a specific behavior or event. This observation will trigger the schema that most closely matches the observation. The schema that is activated shapes our interpretation and understanding of the situation. And some schemas serve as trigger cues for behavioral scripts. Remember the restaurant example. The schema of a restaurant immediately triggers a restaurant script. You know what you're supposed to do, how to behave in a restaurant, and what to expect other patrons and waiters to do. Let me emphasize again that the schemas and scripts are typically socially shared and therefore shape the collective expectation we have about what is normal behavior and what is appropriate or inappropriate behavior. Schemas are connected in a mental network. When one schema is activated, related schemas that share some of its internal elements will be primed for activation. This process is called spreading activation. The degree of priming will be proportional to how close a subschema, a related concept or element, is to the original schema. Remember that the structure of this network, as the original schema itself, is influenced by a culture, by its values, beliefs, expectations. Let us now look at a possible schema for a good wife. Let's say that the good wife schema was activated, and you can see that there are many elements that are connected in the good wife schema. In this particular conservative culture, being a good wife is connected to characteristics such as faithfulness, obedience, caring, being a good mother, and the like. You see that when the closer good mother schema is activated, other elements will also be activated, such as nurturing and disciplining children. In this example, you see how the activation of the good wife schema primes related concepts and schemas for activation. Gender schemas are shared within a culture, and they perform two important functions. They describe how women are, how they do behave as women, and they also prescribe how they ought to be, how they should behave as women. So gender schemas include both empirical and normative expectation about women and, of course, also men. This is the place where our social expectations come from. We know that social norms are rules of behavior that are shared within a community and are followed precisely because individuals have both empirical and normative expectation. They expect other community members to follow the rule and believe that conforming to the rule is approved of. Norms are part of that community's scripts and schemas. Let's listen to some examples.
Women and men have very different roles, and there are many social and gender norms regulating women's behavior. These include boy preference, dowry payments rather than bride wealth, women are not supposed to work outside of the home, etc. Child marriage used to be an integral part of traditional Indian society. But as society is changing due to education, modernization, and urbanization, child marriage is retreating. At the same time, many of the underlying social and gender norms are continuing to dominate the lives of women and men.
Schemas and scripts also involve the understanding of what a child is, social expectations about what a child normally does, what a child should do, and how a child should be treated. Let's listen to some example.
So in Congo and in Africa, in many places, children are seen as socially useful in the sense that they are seen as pragmatic contributors to the survival of the family. So they spend quite some time carrying water, searching for wood, carrying out little works such as working on the market or some types of labor that bring in money to the household. But children are little seen as being encouraged to follow their aspirations, to follow their dreams, to actually have dreams. It's much more about following what their parents say, what the elders say. Usually it's considered that respect is due to the elders and that children aren't expected to disagree. There aren't many families who have an alternative behavior to this general train of thought to exclude children from the decision-making process. There are some families who could be trendsetters for a new way of doing and who actually include their children. Often there are people who have spent some time outside or who are very much exposed to the media, who just have a different understanding of what the role of a child can be. And they may very well play a role as an influencer on the behavior and on the expectations of parents who still are in the traditional mold. But so far they haven't had a large-scale impact.
Madagascar is one of the poorest countries in the world. Madagascar has the fourth highest chronic malnutrition rate in the world. The son is welcomed with celebration as an asset, whereas the girl is seen as a liability and impending economic drain. Son is preferred in order to perpetuate the family name, while the girl loses her identity with marriage. Grandfather and father are the decision makers and keepers of his common practice. To feed first men and boys, grandfather and father think family has to feed men and boys first, and it is the right thing to do.
Let's go back for a moment to the formation of gender schemas. Understanding the genesis of a schema might help understand why certain elements are more central than others and more difficult to change. Let's say we consistently observe the division of labor between men and women, and this division is a strict one. Men act as providers and work outside the home, and women only engage in nurturing and domestic activities. It is quite natural to develop beliefs about attributes of different roles, for example, beliefs about character traits, skills, abilities. A typical inference we would make, and of course has been made, is that men are assertive and women are supportive and compliant. In many cultures, these have become prototypical characteristics of men and women. Men's role is related to agency, and women's role to communion, empathy, and nurturing. It is important to realize that the permanence of gender schemas is supported by some cognitive biases we all share. The first bias is psychological essentialism. This is a tendency to perceive social categories as natural, not artificial, so that it is assumed that members of a category, women for example, have some underlying, immutable, essential characteristics. These characteristics are not only biological, but also psychological, such as nurturance, empathy, submissiveness, and non-competitiveness. Observable external traits and behaviors are thought to reflect and an observable internal immutable essence. All members of the category are similar because they share the same essence. Stereotyping is an example of this essentialist bias. The essentialist belief in the existence of fixed characteristics, natural attributes, and traits limits the possibilities of change. Another bias is the fundamental attribution error, the tendency to believe that what people do reflects who they are. We cannot enter into other people's minds, but we can observe their behavior and tend to explain it as due to internal factors, like intentions or personality. We systematically discount external factors, like situational influences, as causes of behavior. Although, when we have to explain our own behavior, we have the opposed tendency to invoke situational causes. Let me give you an example of how, in explaining other behavior, we overestimate the effects of personality and underestimate the effects of the situation. Suppose you observe someone kicking a cat. You assume this happens because this person disliked cats, when in fact it was accidental. The cat stepped in front of him suddenly. Finally, there is a generalization bias. Individual traits are generalized to entire groups. We reach conclusions about members of a group based on what we know about one or very few people. Think of being familiar with women who do not have jobs, stay home, and take care of children. A faulty generalization would be that all women are like them. I said that scripts and schemas include social norms. These are the places our social expectations come from. In a particular culture, the woman schema will include a series of roles: wife, mother, daughter, for example, and associated behaviors and rules or scripts. The content of these roles is socially shared and quite resistant to change. Let us take a step back and ask, what sort of process leads us to go from consistently observing that people fill particular roles to expecting their persistence and believing that people should fulfill those roles? In other words, how do we form our schematic gender knowledge and when it becomes prescriptive? The observation of recurrent patterns of behavior, for example, observing men and women consistently filling specific roles, leads us to perceive these roles as projectable regularities. What does it mean? We form empirical expectations, that is, we expect men and women to continue behaving according to these specific roles also in the future. In this way, we develop a schema, as we will form a prototypical idea of what a woman is, how she behaves, what character traits and skills she has. Unless we face significant challenges to this idea, it will become very stable. Once a schema has become stable, the associated behavior will come to be seen not just as common and typical, but also as right and appropriate. As a schema stabilizes, the associated scripts become prescriptive. The behavior comes to be seen as right and appropriate, and we come to develop normative expectations. And so, from empirical expectations that are always met, we come to form schemas. and from our schemas and scripts, we develop our normative expectation. In time, we come to believe that women should display certain characteristics, should behave in particular ways, and fulfill specific roles. Let me stress that appropriate behaviors are the elements of a script that are tied to social norms. Empirical expectation inform us of what people usually do and expect us to do. And normative expectation inform us of what people think we should do. In other words, these expectations help shape the strength of how prescriptive a scripted set of behavior is. Without empirical or normative expectation, a script could be seen as a sequence of actions in which one could and typically does engage. With the presence of the necessary empirical and normative expectation, the same script in the same situation becomes a sequence of action in which one should and typically does engage. Imagine a traditional culture that has developed a good wife schema. A good wife is expected to take care of her husband, obey and respect him, have children, take care of them, and so on. These are all scripted behaviors that are normally expected, but suppose that some are violated. If the violation is not due to an acceptable cause, for example, the woman was sick or something very serious unexpectedly happened, that breach of the rule will elicit a negative causal attribution. She did not perform her duty because she's rebellious, she is disrespectful or mean. So a script violation or a norm violation will bring forth a negative judgment. Normative expectations have been spurned. She should have done such and such thing, but she did not. And since normative expectations are perceived to be legitimate, anger is the normal and appropriate emotion triggered by transgressive behavior. Norm violation triggers anger, and anger usually provokes punishment. In a very traditional society, a husband may think that punishment is the right response, possibly even his duty. It is his duty as a husband to discipline his wife. Unfortunately, in society where domestic violence is quite common, such violence is the response to a violation to establish gender norms. Norm violation may give men permission to punish wives or daughters in ways that may be extremely harsh. Think of honor killing. If we want to eliminate domestic violence, we have to be aware of the socially shared schemas and norms that identify a good wife or a good daughter. Changing the schema, or at least part of it, is necessary if we want to change common and harmful behaviors.
People, when we talk about domestic violence, people think about things like alcoholism or poverty as being the root cause of this issue, and these are definitely contributing factors. But really, when we think about the root cause, what is underlying all of this, we can see that it's actually an imbalance in power between males and females that's present in different ways in different societies, and that this is somehow leading to many different types of violence, including domestic violence. The work that I'm engaged in now, we're looking particularly at adolescence as a time when norms around gender are being formed. So these ideas of what does it mean to be a good husband, or what does it mean to be a man, or what does it mean to be a good wife or a woman, or what does it mean to be a good partner for people in any kind of relationship. In some places, it may be very clear that this man is thought of as less of a man if he doesn't do that. But I think this would be something that's really interesting to look into, you know, for whatever setting you're working in. How do men feel about not following that norm and letting other people know that they're not following that norm?
When I spoke of domestic violence, I should have mentioned that the victims, disproportionately women, may justify it. In Egypt, for example, 1/2 of the 5,450 women interviewed in the 2005 Demographic and Health Survey justified wife hitting or beating for some reason. The reasons range from the woman goes out without telling her husband and neglects the children to she argues with the husband, refuses to have sex with him, and even burns the food. The reasons are related to gender roles, and often these roles and the related gender schemas are internalized. We have organized generic knowledge about ourselves as women or men, the roles we do and should perform, what we expect of ourselves in such roles. So schemas, roles, and the related norms regulate our behavior and produce emotions of shame or guilt if we do not live up to the expected standard. This is what I call the norm within me, which is sometimes difficult to change. The important question we want to ask is, how can schemas change? There are several cognitive biases that help maintain a schema. One is the confirmation bias, the general tendency for people to attend to and remember information that conforms to their existing beliefs or expectations. Especially when a person's behavior is ambiguous, a confirmation bias will drive one to interpret it in a light that is consistent with one's pre-existing schemas and beliefs in general. Another is motivated reasoning that drives people towards judgment that maximize net positive effect. Though people are indeed motivated to be accurate, if a particular judgment carries the risk of making one feel worse than they already are, they will be motivated to avoid it. When people are particularly invested in a belief, motivated reasoning suggests that they are extra prone to seek out information that supports it. It should be apparent by now that schema change is not an easy thing to accomplish. Many factors, both regarding the schema itself and the information one is attempting to revise it with, must be taken into consideration. There are several theoretical models of schema change, and there are circumstances under which schema change is more likely than others. The most prominent models of schema change are the bookkeeping model, the conversion model, and the subtyping model. The first one is called the bookkeeping model. It tells that the more schema discrepant information one encounters, the more likely one is to change a schema. So a few instances of discrepant information will not change one schema much, but in aggregate, many instances will, especially if observed over time. Suppose, for example, you have a new job, selling books to schools. You have to interact with many librarians, and suppose you have schematic knowledge about librarians as shy, retiring people. Contrary to your expectation, each librarian you meet is outgoing and quite friendly. Over time, because you are often exposed to these examples of librarians that defy your schema, you will gradually revise it, or at least revise some of its elements. Shy and reserved will no longer be characteristics you attribute to librarians. The second model of schema change is called the conversion model. The conversion model provides a more dramatic alternative to the bookkeeping model. This model asserts that a few highly salient instances of discrepant information will catalyze the process of schema revision. Instead of many instances of mildly schema-discrepant information resulting in many minor revisions to one schema, as is the case with the bookkeeping model, the conversion model asserts that the observation of a few highly salient schema-discrepant instances will trigger a sudden revision of one schema. It is important to realize that these few salient schema-discrepant examples must be seen as representative or typical of the group or category to which they belong. And the category has to be perceived as homogeneous. By definition, a homogeneous group has few unusual members. Suppose you have a schema for Canadians. It is a positive one. Canadians are friendly, tolerant, and peaceful. They are practical, informal, courteous, and they behave in public. You are in a restaurant and sit near a Canadian man. He has a thick Canadian accent, wears a hockey jersey, and starts a friendly, casual conversation with you. In many ways, he matches your stereotypical ideas of Canadians. The man later on shouts at the waiter, refuses to pay the bill, and last but not least, takes candy from a child on his way out. His behavior is awful. And cast doubt about your schema of how Canadians are. Think, if you can, of an example from your life in which a unique instance made you change your ideas about the whole group. You would have undergone a conversion. The last model is called the subtyping model. The observation of schema-discrepant information will cause us to create a new subschema that can explain the discrepancy. The new schema is less general than our original one, and it is specifically tailored to the class of observation that are discrepant with the original schema. Discrepant observation will be treated as exceptions to the rule. So, for example, in a culture where women do not work, a working woman might be subtyped. Subtyping may prevent schema change in some circumstances and not others. One proposed explanation is that the discrepant members in some cases are simply too atypical, thereby making the classification of them as exceptions more reasonable. Slight disconfirmers who are more typical of their group will instead have a greater impact on our overall stereotype. A woman that is otherwise typical is a good wife and mother, tends to the house, is caring and supportive, but also works, will have a greater impact on the original woman schema. Some elements of a schema are much harder to change than others. These are the elements that are difficult to refute through experience. Schema elements are plausibly refutable or deniable if there is a realistic chance that one will run into opportunities that will support or deny them. For example, if one were told that Irish people are all stutterers, any interaction with an Irish person would provide an opportunity to verify the appropriateness of the schema element, and thus stuttering for the Irish schema would be refutable. If instead one were told that all Irish people are brave, there would be fewer opportunities to test the courage of the Irish, given a lifestyle that is not riddled with danger. And thus, this particular element would not be plausibly refutable. So, schema change can occur only when it is possible to encounter discrepant evidence that is unambiguous and believable. Moreover, the more prototypical in several important aspects the discrepant evidence is, the more difficult it will be to subtype it. Remember the example of a working woman who's also a good mother and a good wife. We are especially interested in norm change. Norms are part of larger scripts, and we often need to change the script or the schema to change the norm. Change, however, does not necessarily mean abandonment of a schema. We often see that old and new practices coexist. In traditional societies, women may start working, but work may be seen as an extension, not an alternative to domestic duties. Gender norms may relax to include new activities, but do not significantly change. A woman may now be seen as a provider and a worker, but unequal authority in the household may remain. So the things that count in the good wife schema may not change at all. Elements may be added, but not deleted. When the men group in the Nezene village in Tanzania were asked what they expected of a good wife, their expectation had expanded to include provider, worker, and engaged in community activities. These roles were conceived as an addition, not an alternative to traditional care duties. Let's look at what a man says about his wife's duties. She does all the cleaning, she prepares breakfast, she works on the plantation in the morning, she prepares lunch, she goes to work on the plantation in the afternoon, she attends association meetings in the late afternoon, she comes back to make sure supper is ready, she serves supper, she goes to bed and should have sex with her husband. This is a good example of how norms may change, scripts may get richer, but the core elements of the original schema may not change in a significant way. Core beliefs may change more slowly than roles. Women enter the workforce and acquire agentic traits. Men do not acquire communal traits that easily. So norms may change faster than core beliefs. Think how honor cultures survive specific practices. In this lecture, we talk about norm creation. There are two important types of situations when a new norm may emerge. One is when a behavior, a common behavior, takes up a different meaning, an important meaning for the group that displays this behavior. For example, group identity. Very often, markers or group identity tend to become normative. The second and most common situation is a situation in which our action creates negative external effect. And then a social norm emerges, is created just to solve the problem. Now, an important thing to keep in mind is that, if you remember, normative and empirical expectation are what forms a social norms. But in the case of norm creation, normative expectation must be created first and empirical expectation will follow. Have a nice lecture. Today, we discuss a specific way in which norms can emerge. I say emerge because I want to stress that this process is a spontaneous one, not the outcome of a plan or a conscious decision. Social norms emerge by human action, not by human design. It is important to realize that often social norms developed from conventions or descriptive norms. This happens when the convention lends itself to purposes it did not have when it was established. When a convention comes to signal group identity, status, or power, it also becomes normative. So when a specific behavior acquires such an important meaning for a group, failing to engage in it will be seen as offensive, as a rejection of the group and its values. A negative sanction will typically follow the transgression of what is now seen as required behavior. Think of tattoos. In gangs, tattoos are a crucial identity marker. A 5-point crown, for example, is the symbol of the Latin Kings Gang, which is one of the biggest Hispanic gangs in the US, based out of Chicago. It is a critical signal of membership. Here, you see how a conventional sign has acquired a strong normative value. A gang member should have a specific tattoo to signal his belonging and loyalty to the group. Another example is manners. Ways of greeting people often acquire a meaning that goes well beyond their conventional nature. We can imagine that greeting people we know became quite habitual. Eventually, failing to greet an acquaintance would signal indifference, displeasure, even hostility. It acquired a negative meaning because we have come to feel entitled to a courteous greeting. We are in the realm of normative expectations. Similarly, table manners and other rules of etiquette developed to become a sign of aristocratic upbringing and refinement, and were used to exclude those who did not belong to the ruling class. A 13th century peasant would be excused if he drank from the dish or blew his nose in the tablecloth. No nobleman was allowed such lack of manners. Good manners, thus, became a signal of status and power. A member of the ruling class was identified as such through his courteous manners. Not respecting the rules of etiquette was met with contempt as a threat to the established class boundaries. Food binding in China is another example of a convention that evolved into a social norm. There are many stories about its origin, but in time it spread to all but the lowest classes in the population, becoming a sign of gentility and modesty, as well as an essential condition for marriageability. Not binding one's daughter's feet came to signal disregard for tradition and custom, and such family would be disparaged. Foot binding had become a social norm. In all these examples, conventional activities came to acquire an important social signaling function. Because of that, both empirical and normative expectation developed and lent support to these practices. In many cases, social norms emerge when private actions create externalities. That is, when actions have a positive or negative impact on others. An externality is defined as a loss or gain in the welfare of one party resulting from the activity of another party, without the possibility of compensation. Externalities are associated with public goods. Think of a positive externality, such as getting a basic education level. Not only the educated individual benefits from it, all society is better off with an educated population. However, private individuals do not have any incentive to buy a socially optimal level of education. A typical example of a negative externality is pollution. Society would benefit from reduced pollution levels. However, it is not in a factory owner interest to reduce pollution. Or think of residents of American ghettos that live in a very unsafe environment. Crime affects all, and all residents share an interest in safer streets. But there is no incentive for an individual to act alone to control crime. In all these cases, there is a divergence between individual and collective interest. If left to individuals, no public goods will ever be provided. Market solution may fail because the cost of bargaining and reaching agreements may be extremely high. For example, a factory may find it impossible to negotiate directly with all the citizens that are affected by its pollutants. Government solution may fail because of inefficient production and wasteful spending. In many cases, social norms that regulate behavior emerge as a cheaper solution to the problem of providing public goods, especially in those cases in which we face negative externalities. To understand how a norm solves the tension between individual and collective interest by providing a public good, think of a norm that many of us take for granted, the norm of reciprocity. High levels of reciprocity clearly benefit society as they allow trust to flourish and therefore facilitate all sorts of exchanges. Yet, there are often individual incentives not to pay back or return favors, especially if one does not expect the relationship to continue. When such tensions between individual and collective interest exist, norms tend to emerge. They provide us with a legitimate claim to collectively beneficial behavior and authorize the punishment of transgressions. In the case of reciprocity, lack of reciprocation is taken very seriously and is socially penalized. The person will be ostracized and risk a huge reputational cost. After all, who wants to deal with a non-reciprocator? A norm of reciprocity creates the condition for social trust to flourish. It creates a public good. Let me give you an example of negative externality you know very well, open defecation. Sanitation, or the lack of it, is a public health issue, and people are affected by their neighbors and their community sanitation status, as well as their own. And the cost of open defecation are felt throughout the community. The use of latrines is a public good. Everyone benefits from improved sanitation, but again, there is a tension between individual and collective interest. We face a collective action problem. Let me illustrate the two types of collective action problems that social norms can solve: social dilemmas and tragedies of the commons. A social dilemma is a situation in which what is in the best interest of each individual makes the collective, the group to which the individual belongs, worse off. Open defecation, we have seen, is a custom. It serves a need relatively well. It is simple and it is convenient. It is costless. One does not have to spend money building a latrine and effort keeping it clean. But open defecation is bad for the community. Soil and water get polluted, diseases spread much more rapidly. Here people face a social dilemma. Note that even if many community members, or even a majority of community members, were to use a latrine, there would still be an individual temptation to free ride and continue defecating in the open. A tragedy of the commons, instead, is a situation in which many individuals acting independently deplete a shared, limited resource, when it is in everyone's long-term interest to conserve it. An example is unregulated groundwater extraction that depletes water supply. Here again, if a majority of the population conserves water, there is an individual temptation to free ride and keep consuming, using as much water as one needs. How can we induce behavioral change? Often it is felt that a good solution is to provide subsidies, monetary or in kind. However, we know that in developing countries, the provision of latrines or of vouchers to buy the necessary materials to build a latrine did not per se motivate people to use them. In fact, often latrines have been used for other purposes. Two examples here show some preferred use of subsidized latrines. In one case, we see loaves of bread piled up, so the latrine is used as a storage pantry. In the other case, wood is piled up, so the latrine has become a deposit. You see that people become quite creative in their use of latrines that are put to a variety of purposes, but the one they were meant for. When purely monetary incentives are used in sanitation, we know that in general they do not work.
Historically, sanitation programs would distribute latrines. People would receive bowls whether they wanted it or not. Most of the time it didn't result in use. They became flower pots, or in one case I even seen it used as a rice bin. These programs didn't give people choice. They didn't create collective understanding and impact of such practice. Worse, people weren't given an opportunity to change on their own. There was no agency, no autonomy.
I think approaches which target the hardware only will never work because they're supply driven. They are not demand driven. If you simply come and plant, and I'm using the word deliberately, you come and plant a toilet in a household and you expect that therefore people are going to use it, you are not going to succeed. Also, research has shown that even programs where they subsidize households construct latrines, they have also not been successful because there's no real motivation, there's no real emotions for people actually to identify themselves with the facility and see the actual benefit, and therefore they're able to replace it. In one country which I don't want to name, they had very, very huge multi-million-dollar subsidy program and happened to work there. And once the subsidy programs ran out, when the latrines filled up, people removed the roofing materials, and when I talked to them, they said we are waiting for another round of subsidies so that for government to construct for us another latrine. So supply of latrines doesn't work.
In another lecture, I will discuss the specific conditions under which monetary incentive can and do work. Here, let me just highlight the fact that the issue is not just building a latrine, but using it consistently and keeping it clean and functioning, all lifelong activities. As we shall see in the next lectures, norm creation in this case successfully and cost-effectively solves the collective action problem. There have been successful programs to eliminate open defecation that did not use monetary incentive. Let us look at some of their characteristics to understand how a norm may emerge to provide a public good, in this case, sanitation, and therefore eliminate a negative externality, open defecation and its negative health consequences. Community-led total sanitation, otherwise known as CLTS, is one such program. In this picture, we see a facilitator in a village who has collected feces and put them in a public place where everyone can see what is being done. They also put food close by, and people who sit and observe what is happening can see that flies go from feces to food back and forth. In this way, people start realizing that there is contamination, that they eat filthy food. Instead of getting information about abstract concepts such as disease-causing bacteria, there is an immediate, vivid understanding of their practice and some of its unsanitary consequences. These elicit disgust, a powerful emotion, and shame too, because people realize they make other people eat their feces. This is called the triggering phase. Now, let us listen to some interviews about sanitation programs, especially programs that aim to eliminate open defecation.
Let me explain how CATS works. In preparation for an activity we call triggering, we find out who are open defecators and non-open defecators. We make sure that we invite and get most of the people in the village present during the triggering. At the event itself, using a set of triggering tools, the objective of the facilitator is to make people realize that open defecation results in people eating each other's shit. It's a bit disgusting and shocking, really. Many times it starts with a community mapping exercise. People are asked to say where they live on the map, identify structures that are on the map, where they have a household toilet, whether they have a household toilet or not, and where they go to defecate. They're asked to compute the amount of shit that they produce on a yearly basis and the cost of being sick of diarrhea.
Main quality, the intervention aim as facilitating the process for people to make the realization, what we call the haha moment, is collectively, all together, we're going to realize certain fact, and what we want them to realize is that they eat their own shit. This is the basic fact. And when you go through the different tools, at some point, someone in the community is going to do, oh my God, we are actually eating our own shit. And then you do repeat this fact over and over again so that it really appears to everybody. But you don't come in and tell them. You wait until someone in the community make this statement and then reinforce this statement. And then it becomes clear. And no human being wants to continue to have such a disgusting behavior when they really realize it.
Community-led total sanitation has certainly been successful in terms of making dramatic reductions in open defecation across the globe. I think it's one intervention, and one feature of that intervention is the fact that they introduce shame. They have what they call a walk of shame. They move around the villages. They look at places where people openly defecating. Then they come with something which attracts flies, and then they show flies moving from the feces onto the food, and then people eating them, and then that disgust alone has been a very, very big motivating factor for people.
I want to stress here that people change behavior if they have reasons for change. They must come to believe that a particular behavior is harmful, that there are better ways to fulfill their needs. In the case of open defecation, instead of immediately providing people with medical and scientific reasons to abandon open defecation or induce fear of disease, that requires understanding the causal link between certain bacteria and diarrheal diseases, eliciting the strong emotion of disgust has enabled people to find good reasons for abandoning open defecation. Disgust, in other words, lead people to look for remedies. Indeed, After triggering a disgust reaction, participants were collectively informed of the merits of using latrines and the problems associated with open defecation. They had collective discussions that were motivated by a common sense of disgust and provided people with reason for changing their customary practice. An advantage of group discussion is that individuals can realize that others are changing their beliefs too, that one is not alone in wanting a change. In this way, the new beliefs, the newly acquired reasons for change, are shared within a community. Reference networks play an important role here, since the reasons for change must be shared with people that matter to one's decision. As the practice is a common, collective one, so must be the change. The reasons for change, I want to stress, must be shared. There are some common features of norm creation that I've listed up to now, and other I shall present next. We have seen that often norms emerge to provide a public good and solve a conflict between individual and collective interest. Having shared reasons for change is a necessary but not a sufficient condition. In what follows, I will highlight the role of sanctions and how social expectations are created. Is having reasons, even collectively sharing reasons, sufficient for change to occur? A group may discuss and come to a common conclusion that it is much better to use latrines, but change to come about must be coordinated. It should not happen that one says, we need latrines, and others say, yes, build it, we agree. But then they wait a year to build their own. So there is a need to coordinate change, to do it together. Often, when people take a bottom-up, collective decision to change their ways, they tend to be successful. Collective decision may be very effective. Let us go back to the decision to end open defecation. It is a multi-step process. People decide to build latrines, how to build them, to maintain them, and of course to use them. What is apparent when we look at successful intervention is that people soon realize they are facing a social dilemma. Let us recall that a social dilemma involves a conflict between individual and collective interest. To achieve a healthy environment, all have to abandon open defecation. But there is the ever-present temptation when the need arises to revert to the old practice. After all, one might think, if everybody is now using latrines, how can my action damage anyone? This is the thinking of a free rider. Even if people in a remote village do not think in terms of this is a collective action problem or this is a social dilemma, they recognize that they are facing one. A common step these communities take is to collectively decide to impose punishment on community members who go against what they decided to do together. It is important to notice that the decision to punish is typically a collective one, agreed upon by the entire community and not the individual decision of a leader, for example, the village chief, or a legal authority. The type of monitoring and punishment will differ in different situations. In villages, sometimes children scour the grounds with whistles to denounce and shame open defecators. At other times, it is the village elders that go around with sticks, ready to beat offenders. But in every case, the punishment is chosen and approved by the entire community. When the decision to punish offenders is a communal one, it is perceived as legitimate. This is an important point. If someone continues to practice open defecation, this person can expect a negative reaction, especially since he agreed to end the practice. Often, people refrain from punishing offenders because they fear retaliation. But if the new practice and the punishment for open defecation were supported by the entire group, punishment will be seen as acceptable and appropriate. It is also interesting to notice that punishment, at least in villages, was seldom needed, as behavior change was taken very seriously.
In past campaigns, the way this was handled, the issue of those who are non-compliant with the decision of the community on the new social norm of stopping open defecation and using a toilet, they use different mechanisms. I have been into a community where there were some young people who were members of the community, and they took it upon themselves, being the young people in the community, when they look at anyone going out to carry out open defecation, they know the person is going to the bush to defecate. They will start blowing whistles. And this alerted the rest of the community. And the individual had to think twice about their plan to go and open defecate.
In the programs I have been in, they have created both positive and negative sanctions. There are community maps that show who has built latrines and who hasn't. Some places have formed groups to go around regularly and put pressure on people to build. In other places, people would have rewards for those with the most beautiful toilet. And some local governments have offered upgrades to help improve the latrine quality if they achieve open defecation-free status.
Agreeing upon negative sanctions for transgressors means creating normative expectations. Remember my definition of normative expectation. They are beliefs about what we expect people in our reference network to approve us, what they think one should do. Once a decision to end open defecation has been reached, everyone expects others to believe that everyone ought to build, use, and maintain latrines. These normative expectations are newly formed, and the threat of punishment may initially be an important motivator, at least for some. Normative expectation will induce people to conform to the new behavior, which will be observable. Latrines are built and used, open defecation becomes uncommon, and when discovered, gets punished. Now people will form new empirical expectations about the behavior of their reference network. Notice this order. First, people form normative expectation, and then, because they are effective, especially since there is the ever-present threat of punishment, they will form empirical expectation about the new behavior dictated by the normative expectations. Now, why normative expectation must come first? Remember what I said. People realize there is a temptation to free ride, to take advantage of what everybody else does. If everybody now uses latrines, one may reason, my defecating in the open is not going to create a big problem. The environment is already much cleaner, and my action will not soil or pollute much, if at all. It will probably go unnoticed, and I will reap all the benefits without any cost. So there is always a temptation to free ride, and people are caught in a social dilemma. They need an inducement to change behavior, even when they are convinced that using latrines is the way to go. To summarize, here are common features of norm creation. We've seen that shared reasons to change are necessary but not sufficient since people face a social dilemma. This is why introducing negative sanctions is important, as they are part of the process of creating new normative expectations about acceptable behavior. It is also important that change is coordinated. Change that occurs in starts and stops, or change that is taken up by some, but not all, will be less effective. If only a few change behavior, for example, a few build latrines, there will be less of an incentive for others to follow through. In this case, it is difficult to see how a normative expectation could survive. When instead behavior change occurs in a coordinated manner, people will come to form the empirical expectation that, together with the normative ones, support the newly created norm.
It's important that there are clear collective action plans on how to achieve open defecation-free status together. It puts everyone on the same page. It helps with monitoring progress, and it also creates a common vision and aspiration. This aspiration shapes people's schema of the future and their beliefs of what they can achieve. In our programs, we've organized informal groups called WASH committees or WASH task forces. It's called different in different places, but basically they are members of the community who are assigned to do community monitoring against their own community action plan. They hold the households accountable for the promises or the pledges that they make. In cases where they have sanctions, they hold up the sanctions. When there's a strong group like this, it really fast tracks the achievement of open defecation-free status.
When I introduced the topic of social norm creation, I explained that norms may emerge out of conventions, especially when those conventions acquire a significance they did not initially have. Think of a conventional mark, a tattoo, or a conventional behavior, table manners, that came to signal group identity or status. Disregarding the convention damages all the group. Breaking the code may break the group bond, or in the case of manners, a single defection may instigate other defections, weakening the power of the signal and therefore the cohesion of the group. What is the difference between this type of norm emergence and the case of a norm that emerges to solve a collective action problem, producing a public good? In both cases, deviance is punished and compliance possibly rewarded. In both cases, there can be a collective action problem, since even in the case of manners, individuals may need to be pushed to obey all the rules of etiquette. Yet, the important difference is that in the second case of norm creation, there is an initial social dilemma, a collective action problem that a norm comes to remedy. The norm develops because private action creates externalities, and the norm helps to provide a public good. The second case is the most relevant to many interventions, particularly in the field of sanitation, where a newly created norm helps to permanently abandon a harmful practice. Let us now look at a schematic process of norm creation of the second kind. First of all, people must have reasons to change their behavior. They have to change their factual beliefs and also their personal normative beliefs. For example, changing views about open defecation, it is a dirty practice, it can cause disease, will also change one's personal normative beliefs, both prudential and quasi-moral. Not only it is unsanitary to practice it, it is also damaging other people's health. However, we know that such change in beliefs will not be sufficient to motivate individual change unless there is a collective decision to change. People get together and decide to do something different. Acting on that decision is fraught with uncertainties. Will all abide by the collective decision? Is there an individual temptation to continue with the old practice? There is awareness that they face a social dilemma. This is the reason why, as a group, they establish punishment for non-compliance. I must add that often, when a village becomes open defecation free, there is also a positive sanction. It becomes a poster village for the newly established behavior and takes pride in it. They are doing something good for the entire community and compare favorably to other villages that still practice open defecation. So typically, individual sanctions are negative, but collective ones are positive. If punishment is legitimate, as it is agreed upon by the whole community, we will witness the creation of normative expectations. There will be a shared sense that the community believes that all its members should behave in what is now considered the right, appropriate way. In our example, now all should use latrines. The success of normative expectation in leading behavior on a new path will create new empirical expectation as behavior change will be observed. The complete dynamic of change is as follows. There are cases in which it may be difficult to create a new norm from scratch. A critical mass of people may be impossible to reach, or there could be some ambiguity about certain activities, especially since the activity is not visible. In this case, it may be helpful to extend an existing norm. Hand washing is such a case. How can we convince people to wash hands? Disgust, again, is important. And the idea that fecal material might be present on hands has been reported to be a powerful motivator of hand washing with soap after using the toilet. An intervention in Ghana showed a TV commercial in which a purple smear was added to the hands of a woman exiting a toilet. The woman then prepared and served food to her children. The result of this ad was encouraging, as it was reported that rates of hand washing with soap after toilet use went up by 13% and by 41% before eating. In this case, the unsanitary behavior violated an important nurturing norm. You do not expose your children to dirty material, hence to harm. Other norms might be evoked. Good manners are an example. Shaking other people's hands with your dirty hands is not polite. It is not right to contaminate other people with your fecal material, and you expect others to behave in a similar, respectful way. Norms of purity may also be brought to mind. Contamination makes you impure. So hand washing may be perceived as an extension of many norms that people readily adopt. In this case, a new norm of hand washing emerges as part of some other powerful norm. Though it is less obvious whether someone washes hands after using the toilet, there are ways to make it more visible. Let us now listen to interviews about sanitation and the tools that have been used to successfully change behavior.
Washing hands is something that people are required to do as part of ablution for prayers. But washing hands after contact with excreta is not a habit. So it's not something people do. They don't even see the importance of doing it. Most people just go into the latrine with a little bit of water for anal cleansing. They come out and that's it. So it's not a habit. It's not something that people would go out of their way to do. Well, washing hands with soap is difficult for people. In an environment where water is a problem, washing hands with soap becomes, a big issue for households, especially when you look sometimes at some of the areas where we do our programming. This is like a very dry country. It's mostly desert. Water is a luxury. Water is a scarce commodity. So expecting, especially children, that mothers will allow children to play around with water, that's a no-go area. So it's not something that children are encouraged to do. In fact, most households see it as a waste of water, especially if they have to walk long distances to get water. The Ghana Hand Washing with Soap initiative was a very successful intervention. It set out to make hand washing with soap the acceptable norm among people. This was in, I think, 2001, 2003 in Ghana as part of the Global Public-Private Partnership for Hand Washing with Soap. And it was successful in that it was built on social marketing principles. It looked at what had made commercial marketing effective and built on it to promote hand washing with soap as a product. What it did was that it didn't focus on germs and disease and death, the usual health promotion things, but it stepped outside and looked at how hand washing could be made the acceptable lifestyle issue. And what it did was that it built on disgust. Okay, disgust that if you don't wash your hands with soap, you have yucky stuff on your hands that you don't want to eat because they make you ill. It had a TV commercial where a mom preparing food for the family gets up, goes into the toilet and comes back and just washes her hands with water. And as she touches the food, she leaves pink stains on the food. So you see the food with the pink stain going into the child's mouth. And this was very effective because now people are like, ooh. So there are things on your hands you can't see that you eat. And it was really, really effective. Within 6 months, reported hand washing behavior moved from, I think, about 12% to 68%, which was really high for a 6-month initiative. Hand washing, not washing hands with soap was seen as disgusting and yucky and horrible. So even in the school programs, even in the community engagement programs that we did, we got people to see how hands were contaminated. So people could have a visual of what it was like if you didn't wash your hands with soap. And because of the issue of the disgust factor, they started sort of policing each other. So if you're going to buy food from a seller and you don't see evidence that she washes her hands with soap, or she uses a spoon to scoop out the food for you, people would move away from her and not buy her food.
In this lecture, we look at norm abandonment. There are 3 key elements that we have to keep in mind related to norm abandonment. The first is that people must have reasons to abandon a norm, reasons that are independent, if you will, of their social expectations. That is, we need a substantive change in beliefs. And how to do that is a topic we will discuss. The second is the need of having a sustainable and collective change in expectation, both empirical and normative. And the third is the importance of coordinating behavior. Why it is important to coordinate behavior? Because in a social norm, normative expectations are important. Transgressing the norm will typically involve being sanctioned, and so you have to be sure, if you decide to behave in a different way, that other people are doing it. So coordinating behavior is crucial. In this lecture, I discuss various tools that have been or may be used to change social norms. Have a nice lecture. Creating, changing, or completely abandoning a social norm are all processes with similar requirements. First, there must be shared reasons for a change to occur. Reasons may involve receiving new factual information accompanied by a change of personal normative beliefs, prudential and not. Having reasons for change is not sufficient for change to occur, but it is a necessary precondition. Now suppose we all have good reasons to change or abandon a practice, and that we're even aware of these reasons. We know it would be beneficial to behave differently. Yet, to change behavior, we must be reasonably sure that we are not acting alone. The reason is simple. When behaviors are interdependent, acting alone may be dicey. With the social norm, it is especially risky to be a first mover. The behavior dictated by the norm is not just normal, it is also collectively approved of, or at least it appears to be collectively approved of, as in the case of pluralistic ignorance. Deviating from it unilaterally invites many negative consequences. Think of child marriage. There are many reasons why a family may want to marry off one's daughter, and many other reasons to wait until she's older. But delaying marriage in a community where all girls get married as soon as they reach puberty invites criticism, ostracism, or worse. In this scenario, late marriage harms the entire family and, of course, the girl. Such behavior incurs the risk of dishonor and the prospect of not finding a suitable husband later on. Even if a father is convinced that sending his daughter to school and delaying marriage would be the best course of action, he is in the grip of a collective action problem. It may be collectively beneficial to change behavior, but it is individually more convenient and less risky to embrace the status quo, provided he expects others to embrace it too. Mutual expectations are thus another factor that help or hinder change, because what we expect others to do influences our own choice. Remember, social norms involve a conditional preference to conform based on the presence of social expectations. To escape the collective action trap, we need to develop new social expectation and a trust that change is coming. So another factor necessary for transformation is a collective change of expectation. How this change can happen is one of the most interesting and challenging questions we must answer if we want to understand norm dynamics. Now, suppose we have both reasons to change behavior and expect that most members of our reference network want change too. Still, we need to coordinate action to be sure that we will all end up in a better state. Expecting change is not the same as actually changing behavior. So another question we must answer is how to induce coordinated action. As you can see, norm creation and norm abandonment share some common features. People must have shared reasons to change their practice. they face a collective action problem, their social expectation must collectively change, and behavior change has to be coordinated. There are, however, important differences between norm creation and norm abandonment. The order of expectation change is inverted. For a social norm to develop, normative expectation must be first established, and then empirical expectation will follow. To abandon a social norm instead, first empirical expectation have to change, and then we will witness a change in normative expectation. Why this different order? To feel safe in adopting a new behavior, individuals must come to believe that no negative sanction will follow, which means that so many others have abandoned the old ways, punishing them all would be ineffective or irrelevant. Even if we may come to think that many are ready to abandon a practice, we only tend to believe what we see. This is why the need to change empirical expectation comes first. I am providing a simplified outline for what in reality is often a much more complex dynamic. When a social norm is abandoned, a new norm may be created so that the interplay between the change of empirical expectation and the creation of new normative expectation may happen in overlapping ways. For example, the successful campaigns for the abandonment of female genital cutting, such as the Salima campaign, were at the same time changing people's empirical expectation about the universality of the practice and creating new normative expectation about the importance of being uncut. What I wish to stress is that both social expectation, that is empirical and normative, will be important in norm change, but the order in which they should change will differ depending on whether we are dealing with norm creation or abandonment. We should pay attention to each type of social expectation when designing intervention. In the following diagram, I'm listing the necessary steps that we need to undertake to abandon a social norm. As we shall see, a change in empirical expectation is a crucial step because it will weaken pre-existing normative expectation. Even if norm abandoned is accompanied by the creation of a new norm, the new normative expectation will not be sufficient to motivate behavior unless people expect the old ways to change. The new normative expectation will be additional motivators supporting the behavior that people have reason to believe has changed. I will discuss next the importance of factual and personal normative beliefs change, a stepping stone in norm change. Let us now look at the first necessary element of norm abandonment, having reasons to change behavior. Individuals must first recognize that there are problems with the current norm before being willing to abandon it. There are many possible reasons why a norm is accepted and change resisted. People may not see the current norm as problematic, and even if presented with alternative, they may defend their ways as superior. Another reason is that people may not know that there are alternatives. Finally, when there is pluralistic ignorance, individuals may not believe their practice is positive or even desirable, but lack of transparent communication and the observation that the practice is widespread makes them conclude that it is widely supported. In this case, reason for change might be present, but are not actively voiced. The interventions that are necessary in each case should be adapted to the nature of the reasons for compliance with existing norm. In the case of pluralistic ignorance, making transparent what was obscured, what people really believe or would like to do, may lead to a sudden change in the perception of one's peers. If people are unaware of alternatives, presenting feasible alternatives may be a first step in the direction of change. Finally, in the harder case, in which people value their practice, highlighting how their personal normative beliefs may conflict with other important values may induce them to question their practice. Let me remind you here of the distinction between beliefs along two dimensions. For the moment, I will only talk of non-social beliefs, be they factual or normative, and how they may change. Beliefs may be factual. For example, people may believe that colostrum is dirty and dangerous for the newborn, or that dowry costs increase with the bride's age. Factual beliefs may be true or false. The belief that colostrum is damaging to newborn is false, while the belief about dowry and dowry prices is unfortunately true.
There are fears that girls won't get married if they wait too long, but these fears are based on isolated anecdotes of unmarried women. The overwhelming social norm in India is for almost all women to get married, and this is borne out by national statistics, which show that 90% of women had married before reaching age 30 and 98% by age 40.
So when we discuss with the community, actually there's very strong belief that the traditional beer is not perceived as being alcohol, like you would compare to beer or wine or other spirits. So it's more perceived as being a nourishing element than being alcohol. So there's not this wrong perceptions. They don't see that, that they're giving alcohol to their children. They see that they're giving something which is good, which is sweet. So it makes, pleasure. It also have this social connotation because usually we drink together.
So how can we change false belief? A simple answer is to present individuals with direct evidence that contradicts those beliefs. For example, those who believe that child vaccinations are dangerous should be presented with examples of healthy vaccinated children. Yet, even observation is biased by pre-existing belief that can explain away challenging evidence. Skeptics may have a pre-existing theory that vaccination leads to sterility. Even if they accept that there are indeed healthy vaccinated children out there, they may still believe that these children will eventually become sterile adults. However, I believe that we should not dismiss direct observation so quickly, at least in simple cases where it would be difficult to find alternative explanations. When the link between action and consequence is reasonably clear, observing successful deviant behavior may catalyze change. Showing poor Vietnamese communities that some villagers fed their children non-traditional foods, in that case it was sweet potato greens, shrimps, and crabs, several times a day, and that this diet resulted in well-nourished and healthy children led to the progressive change of traditional diets. The link between the alternative but still local diet and visible benefits was direct and quite immediate. This example has been discussed in the literature as a positive deviance model of behavioral change. People are unlikely to engage or believe in a practice that they have only been told is effective. Informing people about the efficacy of a behavior is not nearly as convincing as showing them examples of successful individuals who practice it. As one Vietnamese villager noted after a successful positive deviance program aimed at fighting child malnutrition, 1,000 hearings are not worth one seeing. Being presented with such obvious evidence will enable factual belief change to occur more easily. Another way of forming or changing beliefs is through inference by analogy. The weight of tradition is often due to the implicit inference that if it has always been done, it must be good and right for us. Testimony is another way to form and change beliefs, be it through the voice of an authority or social proof. Remember, we discussed social proofs in part 1 of these lectures. When I decide to buy a car, I often look at what other buyers report. If a majority is satisfied, I feel comfortable with what many testify is good. Authority is also important. In Islamic countries, religious leaders played a very important role in the abandonment of female genital cutting by making it both clear and public that genital cutting is not mandated by the Islamic faith.
Parents pay a lot of attention to what's going on in their community, so in their immediate environment, but also to their elders, those by whom they were raised, by whom what they have experienced when they were children. So their own parents, the immediate family cycle is very important. Then obviously authorities, be it local authorities such as village chiefs or religious authorities, and also to a certain extent what they see in the public scene. So if there would be a big music star or a big football star who is very respectful with his or her children, then this would certainly have an influence.
Another reason why belief may be resistant to change is that those who present the new information must be trusted. That is, the source of the new information must be a recognized expert or a trusted authority with no obvious ulterior motives. When thinking about factual belief change, we have to be very sensitive to the source of the message and how it is presented. Though the source must be credible and authoritative, even such a source may lose credibility if people strongly disagree with the message. Authority we ask to spread accurate factual information may refuse to spread our message out of fear that doing so might undermine their authority. True factual beliefs are a very different case. The beliefs that an older girl needs a bigger dowry or that educated women have a harder time finding a good husband may be true in many communities. To change these beliefs, the facts themselves must be changed. When facts significantly change, this change may induce a big shift in people's personal normative beliefs and eventually their social expectations. For example, it has been found that providing villagers with information about available jobs for girls with high school degrees and how to get these jobs led girls to remain in school a longer time, marrying much later as a consequence. I have discussed how people must have reasons for changing their behaviors, especially when those behaviors have lasted for a long time. Reasons include changing not only factual beliefs, but also personal normative beliefs. Let me remind you what I mean by personal normative beliefs. Personal normative beliefs are beliefs about what should be done, what I should do, what I think other people should do. They may be prudential, as when we think people should not smoke because it is bad for their health. Yet, the should of personal normative beliefs can also be moral, as when we say that we should treat other people fairly, or that a girl ought to be married at a young age for her own protection and happiness. Empirical evidence may help in changing both factual and prudential normative beliefs. For example, providing good schools and good jobs for girls, as well as financial incentives for families to lighten the burden of keeping girls at home for much longer, may change the factual and prudential assessment of early marriage as a good insurance for a girl's future life, as there are now other safe paths to follow. But no amount of empirical evidence per se will change a moral normative belief. These are usually deeply held values such as honor, purity, fairness, justice, and so on. While we cannot change a moral norm with empirical evidence, we usually can change the embodiment of these values. For example, people may come to be convinced that honor is not necessarily best protected by female genital cutting, and that a young, whole girl is as good and honorable, and possibly even more so, than a girl who has been maimed. The successful Salima campaign did exactly this. Without questioning ideas of honor and purity, the campaign presented the image of an uncut girl as an image of value and integrity.
In Sudan, the Salima campaign started like in 2008. The goals of the Salima campaign is to keep all girls and women in Sudan uncut.
People were not practically convinced about the dangers of FGC. In fact, Salima doesn't mention the health implications or any of the dangers of FGC in anything. It set out to just, play around the discourse of Salima, try to change the negative perception of the uncut girl and replace it with a very positive perspective. So the songs, the dances, the drama, everything focused on the message of born Salima, stay Salima. But what we see happening is that over the years, people in the communities are aware of the dangers. They see girls die from FGC. So when we start talking about the positive aspects, it just links with what they know already without us having to talk about the dangers. And it triggers the change, it triggers the discourse around change on FGC.
There are still people who are committed to FGC in the communities. And not to raise the level of sensitivity by those who are still upholding the practice, it was a good thing to find a new path of information and of discussions which are not negative but positive. And in this way you can include even people with sensitivity, you can include them in the discussions. So it did not go to talk about the negative part of this and the messages, because this has taken quite a long time before. I mean, for the last 60 years, people have been talking about negative messages and talking about the badness and the harm that FGC caused. So I think it is because they want to include those who are sensitive to find answers from their side of accepting a new norm, which is Salima.
I'll compare this with maybe my little experience in Sierra Leone, where the focus was on stressing the health benefits of FGC. And what it did was that people went into hiding. They have the female circumcisers called the Sowis who would take the girls into the Bondo bush and cut them. And it was still continuing because they didn't replace this with any positive image. All we said was that FGC is bad, it's dangerous, don't do it. And people will still go because they will see that, well, if 100 girls go out to be cut, maybe 1 or 2 would die, but the others will be okay. And they thought that was fine. But now with this idea in Sudan of playing on the positives, it's more empowering. I think that's the difference, that positive messages empower communities to take action, whereas when we focus too much on the negatives, then it becomes like, so what? Who will die? Everybody will die anyway.
Note that changing personal normative beliefs is not strictly necessary to abandon a social norm. One may still be convinced that marriage would be the best option for young girls, but the social and economic constraints have changed. Now, one observes that most girls get an education, find jobs, and even husbands. So empirical expectations have changed as well as factual beliefs. As I mentioned, it has been found that giving villagers information about the availability of jobs for girls with high school degrees and how to get these jobs led teenage girls to stay in school longer. It was also found that parents' discovery of new economic prospects for girls led them to invest more in their daughters' education. In these cases, some parents may still cling to the personal normative belief that early marriage is best for girls' happiness. But since the world has changed and now an educated girl can find a suitable husband, they will conform and embrace education.
India is changing rapidly, and if parents can afford to send their daughter to secondary school, the girl would be protected from getting married young. It is all a question of which alternatives to child marriage exist for a girl. Girls who have few alternatives are much more likely to marry young than girls who have alternatives to marriage. Child marriage largely comes down to educational and economic opportunities.
As I told you, the child marriage, it's actually in certain groups in non-developed kind of areas. Like, if you ask the question from people in Colombo, in the cities, for them actually education is a priority even if the child is having sex. They will not want to stop education just because there's a sexual relationship. For them, it is worse to get break up your studies than to get married. So therefore they will react like that, whereas in other communities actually they don't think like that.
The issue of opportunities which can help to curb child marriage, school education is one of the key interventions which can reduce the number of children who can go into child marriage. The opportunities for education are increasing. Recently, the government has passed a policy which will extend the primary education from 7 years to 11 years. This will be a compulsory requirement for all children who are starting primary school to stay in school until 11 years.
There is a certain sluggishness in personal normative beliefs of the moral kind as opposed to simply prudential ones. In the last lectures, I highlighted the importance of changing personal beliefs, be they factual or normative. It should be understood that a personal normative belief may include prudent as well as moral consideration. A change in personal normative beliefs does not necessarily entail a change in one's moral consideration. It may instead just entail a change in one's prudential assessment. When measuring personal normative beliefs, we should be able to distinguish the prudent from the moral, since the first is much more easily changed. For example, if a mother gets convinced that colostrum is good for the baby, she will also come to believe that she should give it to the newborn. Whether she does it or not will depend on other factors. For example, the ideas of her mother-in-law. But at least she will have some reasons to immediately nurse her newborn. There are several conditions that may help or impair factual or personal normative belief change. One condition for successful belief change is that people are aware of their beliefs. Another potential stumbling block is that the new information that we provide may be inconsistent with the beliefs that people already hold. A further problem is that we're generally biased toward information that confirms our beliefs and thus tend to reinterpret or reject new information that is inconsistent with our worldview. Let us now consider each of these problems in turn. Think of how important awareness is. We often wrongly assume that individual beliefs are at the forefront of their consciousness. Most of the time, they are not. Beliefs exist and they can be referenced upon demand, but the majority of the time they stay dormant, exerting unconscious influence on our behavior up until the point when their validity is challenged. A father may not immediately recognize that sending his daughter to school has implications for her honor and purity, for example. To change norms, people have to become aware of and consciously evaluate their factual and personal normative beliefs, as well as the social expectations that support the norm. It is often argued that legislative intervention, educational, media campaign, or even intensive verbal group communication are necessary tools to promote social change. One reason why they could be extremely useful is precisely that they make people aware of their beliefs and expectations, as well as the beliefs and expectations of others. I will return to this very important point later. Seeking coherence may also be a stumbling block. We tend to reject information that is incoherent with our beliefs. The more important a belief is, or the more deeply interconnected it is with related beliefs, the more difficult it is to change. Think, for example, of the belief in the importance of family honor. This is a core personal normative belief, and any intervention aimed at devaluing family honor would be doomed to failure. Honor, however, is linked to many other beliefs about men and women, about their roles, purity, bodily integrity, and how to maintain them, and about how to restore honor once it has been lost. When we are dealing with such core beliefs, we are dealing with abstract concepts, which are fundamentally tied to a constellation of specific exemplars and manifestation of such core beliefs and values. We saw this in Lecture 9 when I discussed schemas and the scripts they dictate. Honor may be manifested in specific male and female behaviors, ways of acting, ways of responding to insults, ways of treating men and women, ways of dressing, ways of talking, all of which serve to inform the meaning of the original core concept of honor. Some peripheral manifestations of particular beliefs and values may be inconsistent with other deeply held beliefs and values. For example, most parents value protecting and loving their children. Calling attention to the fact that particular practices, such as female genital cutting, may harm a child, and are thus inconsistent with parental values will motivate families to take action. People desire consistency between their factual beliefs, personal normative beliefs, and actions, and pointing out an inconsistency will motivate them to resolve it by changing either their existing factual beliefs, normative beliefs, or future behavior. One of the reasons why collective discussion and deliberation may be very successful is that through discussion we are more likely to realize that there are inconsistencies in our ways of thinking and acting and come to a shared agreement about how to remedy these inconsistencies. Finally, let us consider confirmation bias, previously discussed in the lecture about schema change. We tend to favor information that confirms our beliefs, especially if these beliefs are central ones. For example, in the case of belief about gender and race, we often treat information that is inconsistent with these beliefs as exception to the rule that ultimately remain unchallenged. The very successful and studious Black student may be seen by some, hopefully not all, as a wonderful exception, as much as a successful female CEO of a Fortune 500 company could be seen as an unusual, exceptional occurrence. Another way that pre-existing beliefs can be maintained is by reinterpreting discrepant information in a way that it is no longer in conflict with our beliefs. For example, when a woman who cuts young girls was faced with information about the potential health risk of the practice, including infection and death, her response was not irrational. She reported that of all the girls she had cut, very few fell ill, and even fewer girls died of such an illness. She provided an alternative explanation for the infections, the existence of magic. Someone hated the girl and wanted her dead, and the curse worked. We should not be surprised. Even a scientist will not be motivated to abandon a well-established theory when faced with a few anomalies. In our eyes, magic is not a well-established theory, but we have to realize that in the eyes of the cutter, it is. The mechanism by which she evaluates evidence and causal influences are much different from our scientific methodology. But, given her criteria, her response makes perfect sense. Biases can reveal themselves in the way we interpret information and even laws. For example, ambiguity in the wording of a law may lead to interpretation that ultimately support the very behavior that the law wanted to combat. Consider the Myanmar child law prohibiting violence against children. The ambiguity as to the status of corporal punishment is evident from the wording. The law says, willfully maltreating a child with the exception of the admonition by a parent, teacher, of a person having the right to control a child, which is for the benefit of the child. Clearly, such wording is open to interpretation, so a parent who consistently beats his child could construe his violence as a rightful admonition that clearly benefits the child by inducing him or her to behave in the appropriate way. Parents will be motivated, especially when providing with such an ambiguously worded law, to interpret their arguably violent behavior as rightful and helpful to the child, so as to preserve their view of themselves as good parents. Many of these biases stem from the way in which we organize and embed incoming information into a coherent cognitive system, which I have discussed in Lecture 9. To conclude, factual and personal normative beliefs are important elements of change, and we must be aware of how such reasons are frequently integrated into a rich web of other values and beliefs. Conversely, I also highlighted the kind of biases that may stall and even prevent belief change. Let us remember, however, that personal belief changes will not be sufficient to change a social norm, since actions are based on social expectation. and these must change too for norm change to occur. In the next lectures, I will describe some tools that can be employed to bring about collective belief change. Such tools enable an individual or organization to catalyze the sort of normative change that may otherwise never occur. In the following lectures, I will describe the tools that can be employed to bring about norm change and the difficulties we may encounter when employing these tools. I will discuss the role that legal and economic interventions, the media, educational campaigns, and on a smaller scale deliberation play in changing personal beliefs and social expectations. A crucial element and reason for changing social norms is a change in social expectation. Changing social expectation, however, can be quite easy or extremely difficult. An easy case would be our realization, typically through questionnaires and vignettes, that our target population's personal normative beliefs about a practice are incongruent with how much they believe members of the reference network support it. Intervention that disseminate information about what people really think would replace the perceived consensus with the objective one, eliminating pluralistic ignorance. Of course, the source of the information must be credible, and the information must reach a majority of those who still engage in that practice. The difficult case is one in which individuals have positive beliefs about a harmful or maladaptive practice. As opposed to pluralistic ignorance, here normative expectations are correct. Not only do people personally believe the practice should be followed, but correctly believe that others also support the practice. Here, perceived and objective consensus coincide. Indeed, most people like and approve of the practice and are willing to penalize deviation from it. In this case, change will occur only when a change in personal motivation is combined with a change in social expectations. That is, when a convinced individual actually observes or believes that a reasonable proportion of his reference network is changing behavior. But why would these people want to change in the first place? There are several possible avenues by which people may be motivated to engage in counter-normative behavior. The literature on factual and normative belief change presents us with many ways to intervene and induce change. Educational and media campaigns, legislative and economic intervention, and intensive group communication are all ways to promote new behaviors and their advantages. Since the actions targeted for change are interdependent, a change in factual and normative beliefs must be shared by the target population. A critical quality of many of the mechanisms aimed at inducing factual and normative belief change is that they occur in a public arena, where it becomes possible for people to be aware that other people are watching or listening to the same messages. If there are avenues to discuss the message content, it will be possible for people to infer that other factual and normative beliefs are changing alongside their own. Remember that we are dealing with social norms. To change a norm, it is not sufficient to change individuals' factual and normative beliefs, since moving against the norm may appear to be, or actually be, dangerous, even if people have stopped endorsing it. We will not want to change unless we think almost everyone else is changing. So belief change must include a change of social expectations, both empirical and normative. And we also know that empirical expectations have to change first for a norm to change. The tools I'm going to discuss, when used effectively, often perform the double function of changing individual perceptions of certain practices as well as their expectations about whether other people are still going to follow and/or endorse them. Legislative intervention are important as they have, among other things, a signaling function. They signal in a very public and clear way that certain practices should be discontinued. A government decree may easily work, however, for conventions, such as traffic rules, because it is in the best interest of everyone to coordinate with each other, and therefore people can trust that everyone else will comply with the government injunction, because it is also in their best interest to do so. The law coordinates behavior via the creation of new expectations. Legislative change is much more problematic in the case of social norms. One would expect that an external legal intervention may facilitate behavioral change by taking away the stigma associated with disobeying the norm. Passing a law that prohibits a practice, such as female genital cutting or child marriage, through the introduction of new sanctions should meet with success, because it would alter the cost and benefits of the behavior, as well as change social expectations and the perception of what is disapproved. Public opposition to the norm would become less costly, and so we should see the targeted behavior slowly disappear. Yet, plenty of prior experience, especially in developing countries, tells us that change initiated in a top-down fashion, typically in the form of legislative intervention, seldom work. The idea that legal interventions will change the cost and benefits of a practice is too simplistic. It requires many conditions to be present in order to be effective. Whether laws bring about social change depends on factors such as legitimacy, procedural fairness, and how the law originates and is enforced. If we view the law as legitimate, we are more likely to comply with it. A legitimate law must come from a legitimate and recognized authority, and the procedures through which the authority makes decisions must also be perceived as fair and appropriate. The law should be consistently enforced, and the enforcers must be perceived as honest. Anti-corruption campaigns are a telling example of ineffective legal intervention. These laws are typically enacted during politically sensitive periods, for example, in pre-electoral times or when an incumbent government wants to strengthen its grip on power. A healthy skepticism would be a reasonable response to such self-serving interventions. A general trust in the legal system and the rule of law are important preconditions for effective laws. However, perhaps the most important determinant of successful enforcement is a sense that the legal arrangements are not so distant from existing social norms as to lose credibility. As a legal scholar has argued, if the law strays too far from the norms, the public will not respect the law, and hence will not stigmatize those who violate it. Loss of stigma means loss of the most important deterrent the criminal justice system has. If the law is to have any value at all, it needs to stick close to the norms. For the threat of enforcement to be credible, the law should approximate popular views. The literature has many examples of laws that were successful precisely because they were sufficiently close to existing social norms. In Gabon and Senegal, instead of criminalizing polygamy in an attempt to encourage monogamy, the law still allowed the choice of monogamy or polygamy. In Bogota, where high firearm mortality was common, Antanas Mokus, the new city mayor, decided to ban guns on holidays and later also weekends, sending a strong signal but also recognizing that a moderate legal injunction is easier to enforce and obey. If a new legal norm imposes harsh penalties against an accepted social norm, police will be less likely to enforce the legal norm, prosecutors will be less likely to charge, and juries to convict, with the effect of ultimately reinforcing the social norm that was targeted for change. Milder penalties should be more effective and enforceable in that they gently orient individuals toward a condemnation and eventual abandonment of the harmful norm. The legal approach can be an effective tool to change social expectation, but, as we have seen, only if certain conditions are met. Moreover, individuals will be willing to abandon an established norm if they believe that others in the reference network are changing too. Laws, however good, do not indicate that collective behavior is changing, but they may signal that the old sanctions for not following a norm are losing value and hopefully support.
Heavy-handed law enforcement in areas where child marriage is a universal social norm is counterproductive and will lead to a backlash or to the practice being driven underground. This makes it even harder to reduce child marriage. Law enforcement will be more effective during the final stage, where child marriage is already a marginal issue practiced only by a minority of the population.
Without considering that norm as it were, without attempts to change the norm, we try to do a social engineering process by changing the law. And we are seeing the repercussions of that. That is like, now you have made a common practice illegal. So sex, like, between a girl, say 15, 16 years old, and her boyfriend takes place, which is a crime, because under 16 with or without consent, sex is a crime. But because it's a common practice, you will see that there's a huge number of rape cases that are coming to the police. They are dribbling up to the Attorney General's department. It's clogging the system. So a child who is abused or actually raped, we'll say by gang rape by a 40, 50-year-old man or like many people, that case has to wait 6 years to come up in court, because there is a first come first, deciding approach.
Legal systems, I think, are the bottom of the ladder, if this is a ladder, because we've seen in a number of countries where laws have been made against FGM. Take Ghana, take Burkina Faso, even in the UK. What happens? Children are smuggled out of those countries and then they go and they are cut in other countries. So the legal system, yes, has some value, but it shouldn't drive change, because there are ways around it. People would always find ways around it.
In addition to legal intervention, described in the last video of the current lecture, economic incentives can trigger norm change by altering the cost and benefits of the target behavior. The idea is that providing a payment for the adoption of a desirable behavior should steer individuals towards it. Yet, several studies have shown that monetary incentives can backfire. For example, in a famous study in the 70s, Titmus showed that paying people to donate blood could result in a reduction of the proportion of donors, possibly because doing so broke a norm of voluntary contribution. This crowding out of intrinsic motivation is linked to a variety of signals that the monetary incentive may provide. The activity may be reframed as a monetary transaction, thus obscuring its moral significance. If the price is too low, it may signal that the activity is of low importance, discouraging engagement in it. Finally, a monetary incentive may implicitly suggest that an inducement is needed to keep people from skirting the activity. For example, incentivizing people to pay taxes or generally contribute to a public good would signal that incentives are needed because people in general do not easily contribute. Introducing fines to discourage some behavior may also produce a crowding out effect. Nisi and Rustichini did a field experiment with 11 real daycare centers in Israel. Since parents at times came late to pick up their children, some of the daycares introduced a fine for latecomers. Surprisingly, this resulted in an increase in the number of late pickups. Presumably, parents now perceived the monetary cost of lateness as a justification for their behavior. If they pay the required fine, they do not feel as bad to showing up late. Moreover, when one can pay a small fine for bad behavior, it signals that the behavior was not all that bad in the first place. Otherwise, why is the fine so low? The small fine may have led people to undervalue the significance of being late and also provide a remedy for being late. Now one pays for it. Here are the results in terms of late arrivals of introducing a fee and later on removing it. As you can see from the figure, when the fine was introduced, there was a slight decline in late pickups. But at week 5, we see a steep increase in the number of parents who arrive late. At week 17, when the fine was removed, parents were more likely to pick up their children late than they were before the intervention. Introducing a fine transformed what was originally a norm of courtesy, one should not be late and make daycare workers stay longer, into a market transaction. And after the fine was removed, the behavior was not restored to its original normative status. This study and many others show the dark side of the crowding out effect of monetary incentives. When the incentive is removed, the motivation to perform a task without the additional monetary incentive can be permanently reduced. The crowding out effect is an example of involuntary reframing of a situation through the activation of a particular script. A monetary incentive may induce the activation of a market script, with the result that the activity that was previously disapproved now becomes admissible so long as a price is paid. Another effect of pricing an activity, like providing incentives for prosocial behavior, is that the activity gets anchored to a specific monetary value that might be much less than what one would have originally valued it at. Engaging in prosocial behavior, such as volunteering, may gratify people, yet paying them a small fee to volunteer may downgrade the activity by signaling that it has little value. In addition to changing normative behaviors into market transaction, a further negative effect of monetary incentive is that they signal both to one's peers and oneself that one is doing it for the money rather than for moral reasons. For example, it has been shown that simply offering a small monetary incentive to donate significantly decreased blood donation rates. But when people were offered the opportunity to donate the money to charity, blood donation rates returned to their original level. Donating the money to charity reaffirms the original signal that one is morally motivated. Monetary incentives have been used to build latrines, send girls to school, curb child marriage, encourage the use of condoms, and get children vaccinated. The results of such incentives are mixed. Incentives in education have often been successful. Paying families to keep girls in school longer increases the opportunity cost of marrying them off earlier and makes the girl more valuable to the family, who begins to treat her as a long-term investment. Not only are girls kept in school longer, but they are better nourished as well. In this case, the incentive is very specific, keeping the girl in school for a set number of years. The target behavior is limited in time, as school eventually ends, and it is easy to monitor successful outcomes. Incentives to build and use latrines, however, have not met with much success. Latrines are initially built, but soon are put to other uses. We have seen that as storage, kitchen, or animal shelters. The monetary incentive in this case was meant to induce a bundle of different activities, since abandoning open defecation involves not just building latrines, but also keeping them functional and using them consistently. Monitoring all such activities is a difficult task. Moreover, the target behavior is not limited in time, but has to continue indefinitely. The World Bank Water and Sanitation Program in India has provided significant amounts of money for constructing latrines. Yet, even with substantial subsidies to induce people to use them, half of the toilets went unused. One reason the program did not work was that the target community was not involved in a process of understanding the damage caused by open defecation, which could have resulted in a collective decision to abandon the practice. What is needed to abandon open defecation is a different sort of incentive. People will have to be convinced that the sustained and continuous effort is worthwhile. The norm creation model I have described in Lecture 10 suggests that when dealing with ongoing long-term practices that involve many connected behaviors and considerable monitoring, sustainable behavioral change requires a paradigm shift from economic incentives to creating new norms. This does not imply that the government should not materially help by providing tools and materials, especially for those who could not afford them. On the contrary, carefully consider material and non-material incentives can be complements in altering human behavior. The media are another popular tool for changing target behaviors. The range of technologies is vast, including broadcast media such as radio, film, and television, newspaper, internet, and even public events. Common intervention include information campaigns, edutainment, ranging from soap operas to video games, and other more modest forms of collective entertainment such as village theater. The viewers of soap operas, or at a more local level, village theater, are driven to discuss the characters and their actions. This discussion creates an environment that facilitates changes in beliefs as well as in social expectations. Soap operas in particular have been credited with the induction of considerable belief and behavioral changes. These shows present viewers with characters who are easy to identify with, yet frequently deviate from maladaptive behavioral patterns. In many respects, the characters in soap operas are the perfect instances of schema-discrepant information. They are largely prototypical to a particular social group, yet they often deviate in specific, unambiguous, and positive ways. Effective soap operas should draw upon research on script and schema change. To change people's beliefs about what they can and should expect from a particular social group, the character should be prototypical enough so that subtyping is avoided, yet deviant enough so that meaningful schema revision is attained. For example, a soap opera centered on a young girl should have her adhere to all the values and interests that are typical of a girl from such a community, yet, at the same time, she should also espouse different aspirations. Perhaps she wants to stay in school longer, marry later, or even choose her own husband. Viewing such an otherwise prototypical character has the potential to cause someone to update the associated social schema, in this case, the schema for a young girl. Recall the schema-defiant instances that are largely prototypical are harder to subtype. As there are many different soap operas that people can watch that all feature the same relevant qualities, they present relatable characters that deviate from expectation in similar positive ways, and the schema-defiant qualities are repeatedly observed each time one watches an episode. The type of schema change that is occurring would be best modeled by the bookkeeping model of schema change that we discussed in Lecture 9. Even though such characters and stories are fictional, they can still feel real enough to the viewer to be persuasive. When viewers identify with particular characters, they see the character perspective as their own, share his or her experience, and therefore vicariously experience their discoveries. The more frequently they encounter particular characters, the more connected to them viewers will feel. Several studies show that the behavioral impact of soap operas is substantial and positive. They have influenced many social phenomena ranging from fertility rates in Brazil to appreciation of women's rights and autonomy in India to family planning and intergroup relation in Africa. For example, studies of the effect of telenovelas in Brazil show how the independent female characters in these soap operas served as behavioral role models for their viewers. Older female protagonists in these shows rarely had many children, had high divorce rates, and pursued meaningful and ambitious jobs, but were otherwise representative of typical Brazilian women. Once coverage was introduced to a new region, birth rates subsequently dropped and divorce rate rose. Interestingly, birth rates dropped the most for older women who matched the age profile of the telenovela characters. All viewers presumably updated their beliefs and expectations after watching the soap operas, yet it was the older women who found this new expectation to be more self-relevant. Longitudinal survey data in several regions of rural India show an association between the advent of cable television access and lower female acceptance rate of spousal abuse, a diminished preference for sons, greater levels of female autonomy, as measured by levels of female household decision-making, and lower fertility rates. Indian soap operas typically feature educated urban families and liberated female characters who marry later and have fewer children. Twende Navakati, a successful Tanzanian radio soap opera, was designed to promote positive beliefs toward family planning practices. After comparing the behavior of those who listened to the radio show with those who did not, within treatment areas, the differences were evident. 49% of married women who actually listened to the show adopted family planning practices as compared to 19% of those who did not listen, and adoption rates of female listeners increased to 64% if they talked about the family planning content of the soap opera with their spouses. High levels of communication with spouses and friends were also reported. This discussion would help to infer how relevant others feel about family planning, thereby facilitating a shift in normative expectation. Interestingly, exposure had no impact on awareness of family planning methods, which was already high at the beginning of the intervention. Here we see how purely informational campaigns might not be sufficient to change important structural elements of family planning schemas. Indeed, the availability of a long-term show that presented models of action and characters that easily fit into social roles became crucial in changing the listener empirical expectation about the possibility and indeed the advisability of adopting new practices. The public character of these shows helped people realize that many others were listening and stimulated discussion among friends who followed the same program. Let us now listen to the importance of soap operas as tool for change.
Soap operas, village theatre, drama performances are also very good at facilitating change because they help to model behavior. You know, people see people like themselves on the stage. Their life stories are played out for them and they can see things happening. It helps to, or soap operas help to desensitize some of these topics. So they play out the role, you see it and you can see yourself in it, and you live your decisions through what you're seeing in the drama performance. In fact, this is very useful in Sudan because Sudan is a very oral tradition. We are into poetry, we are into drama, we are into songs, we are into music. So this is a very useful way also of putting the issues on the table without going all out to discuss what is right with FGC, what is wrong with FGC, because people can see it played out before them. So yes, soap operas are very useful.
I mean, it's not that if the soap opera or any other intervention is a panacea and that you'll have norm change and collective behavior change overnight. First of all, it's a slow process. You cannot be in too much of a rush to get your message across. I remember that when we did a soap opera in India called Kyunki Jeena Isi Ka Naam Hai, kind of in the style of what we call the Saas Bahu shows or the mother-in-law, daughter-in-law saga. That's a pretty universal saga. So that really cuts across socioeconomic groups. It happens in well-to-do families. It happens in not so well-to-do families. So when we did that, we kind of we did not introduce any messaging for the first several months actually until we had some idea that we were getting our audience hooked, because that's really what you need to do. So you need to have a certain level of certainty that your audience is already getting interested in your story to follow your story from episode to episode, and now you can start subtly and gently inserting your content or what you want to say. But if you get too top heavy with this, then again it's going to alienate people because they want to listen to your story. It should, if it's well done, give you a new perspective on certain behaviors. For example, let me tell you that in Kyunki Jeena Isi Ka Naam Hai, one of the messages or the storylines dealt with open defecation and the sanitation. And what the story was really that the girl who was getting married, the young girl who was about to be married, discovered that there was no toilet in the house of the man she was going to marry and whose house she would then be living in. And so she made that a big issue and said, I'm not going to marry this guy if there's no toilet in his house. And so, you know, that's how the whole idea of, you know, how important it is to have a toilet, and that she was used to having a toilet in her house, and she certainly wasn't going to get married to a guy who didn't have a toilet, and how, of course, he was so in love with her, and he built the toilet, and then they get married and live happily ever after, presumably.
Beyond their use for telling stories that encourage societal change, media campaigns can also be effective at changing behavior simply by informing individuals of what their neighbors are doing, thus changing their empirical expectation. It has been shown experimentally that informing homeowners about how much electricity they were using in relation to other homeowners in the area led those who were above average to curb their usage and those who were below average to do the opposite. Everyone appeared to trend towards their updated empirical expectation. However, by signaling normative information in addition to this factual information, by adding a smiling emoticon next to a homeowner electricity usage if it was below average, or a frowning one if it was above average, those who were above average continued to reduce their consumption, while those who were below average maintained their originally low energy usage. This approach would not be effective in situations where individuals already know how much energy is effectively used and how much people care about saving energy. Emphasizing the percentage of people engaging in good behavior, assuming it is occurring in large numbers, may encourage those who are not yet engaging in it to join the crowd. For example, while 25% of Indian teachers and 19% of Bangladeshi teachers are missing from school each day, between 75 and 81% show up. Where teachers have reasons to believe that teacher attendance rates are low, signaling the comparatively high attendance rates should be much more powerful than a simple message telling teachers they should improve their attendance. The normative message may give the wrong impression that a large number of teachers are indeed absentees. If we must tell teachers to improve their performance, then it is reasonable for them to infer that many teachers are not behaving as they should, causing teachers to reinforce their negative expectations. Positive information about real attendance rates could be effectively disseminated through any number of media. Many other studies make very clear the power of empirical expectation and how normative expectation by themselves may not induce norm-congruent behavior. Just sending a normative message may be interpreted as a sign that people usually do not conform to the desired behavior, encouraging further transgressions. Combining empirical and normative messages is much more effective. Another successful use of the media is exemplified by the Salima campaign. In Sudan, an uncut woman is commonly termed ghalfa, a pejorative word that carries connotation of prostitution, promiscuity, and impurity. Even if parents are aware of the negative health consequences of female genital cutting, they often continue to cut their daughters in order to protect them from the negative social consequences of being ghalfa. The Salima campaign was designed in large part to rebrand women who have not undergone female genital cutting as Salima. Salima is an Arabic name that means whole, intact, healthy in body and mind in a God-given condition. The campaign's primary tactic was to encourage the abandonment of female genital cutting by rebranding uncut women in a positive, socially acceptable light. This tactic required no change to the ghalfa schema at all, only the creation of an alternative one. The initiative featured both educational elements that inform people of the nature of being Salima, which served to create the novel Salima schema, and elements that spread the belief that many people endorse the Salima perspective, which help combat pluralistic ignorance. The initiative was public in nature and was broadcasted via radio, television, and poster advertisements. The media discuss the many benefits of being Salima and how change is a good thing, thereby promoting Salima without directly damning or discrediting what many consider to be a venerable tradition. Those who join agreed to keep their daughters uncut and sign a pledge of their support that is prominently displayed at the hospital. All these clear signals of collective support serve to inform the unconvinced about a shift in perspective that is taking place. Without these outward signals of support, Sudanese people may privately embrace the Salima perspective, but outwardly say nothing out of fear that their fellow citizens hold on to the traditional understanding of female genital cutting. Changing a population beliefs toward a practice is a good first step. But if such a population behavior is contingent upon what they expect their peers do and approve of, then changes in personal perspective will not be sufficient to change behavior. The change achieved through the Salima campaign is a strong example of the bookkeeping model of schema change. Every time one hears a publicized endorsement of the campaign, every time one sees someone wearing the Salima clothing, and every time one sees a pledge of support or hears someone talking about the Salima perspective positively, the old stereotype of the typical Sudanese who endorses female genital cutting is challenged. These are a multitude of mild to moderately discrepant instances. Recall that the more prototypical a schema-defiant piece of information is, the more difficult it will be to explain away the discrepant information as an exception. Let's now listen to a description of the features of the Salima campaign that made it so successful.
The Salima Communication Initiative had a number of components. It used a lot of mass media, radio discussions, radio sports, songs. It used outdoor billboards, really created a lot of visibility around Salima and the Salima colors. It had a nice, a set of very nice bright colors, reds, orange, greens, yellows, very visible and very bright to show, the new future of the little girl. And these were used to brand everywhere. So it was a big PR and social marketing campaign. And then the third level was the community engagement, where the communities came together to discuss Salima and the new discourse around the uncut girl.
And the methodology used was basically how we can have a new discourse of discussions and debates among family members, community members, and between all sectors of the society in a way which raises questions more than finding answers immediately. By introducing or trying to link the traditional values that were related to being uncut, to be reinforced by a new system of accepting the same values but relating to a different behavior.
One of the things that has made the Sudan campaign against FGC successful is maybe the multifaceted approach, using mass media to build credibility around the issue, but also engaging communities, getting whole communities to declare against cutting. And the other key point is also not going out to attack people, not focusing on the effects of FGC, but rather trying to create a new dialogue around the uncut girl so that it becomes acceptable, that people see that it's okay not to cut the girl and it's not as negative as it was seen in the past.
community deliberation is another effective tool for changing harmful or maladaptive practices. The social norms we may come to discuss in collective deliberation are part of a rich web of beliefs, values, ideas, and scripts. Deliberation unearths such beliefs, values, and their connections. When deliberating, we may become aware of inconsistencies between our own beliefs or between our beliefs and new information. For example, realizing that female genital cutting could result in bodily harm would make one also realize that continuing to practice it would be in conflict with beliefs about protecting the health and life of one's children. We may also come to realize that some of the premises that we accept lead to logical conclusions that in fact we would normally reject. For example, if we believe that men and women are equal, we cannot consistently maintain that sons should be favored over daughters. Discussions are one of the best ways to unearth such inconsistencies. After identifying inconsistencies, people are strongly motivated to eliminate the dissonance between beliefs that do not fit together. People do not usually attempt to address conflicting beliefs on their own, but they are more likely to do so in conversation. Recall that in order to change, people must have reasons to do so. And since we're dealing with social norms, the reasons for change must also be shared. Deliberation, when conducted under appropriate conditions, is often a powerful tool to provide collective reasons for change. Deliberation creates an environment for people to speak about topics that are otherwise social taboos. It is often argued that the great advantage of deliberation is the lifting of pluralistic ignorance, where people follow a norm because they believe that it is supported by the majority of the population, when in reality most people do not support the norm. They obey it, but dislike it in private. Yet, if a friendly chat were sufficient for norm abandonment, we would see a quick disappearance of maladaptive norms that are not endorsed by the majority of the population. Exposing people to their group beliefs and making them realize that many others share their doubts about a common practice will not lead them to abandon the current norm unless they are presented with a superior, feasible alternative. Moreover, even if alternatives are presented and one of them is collectively considered superior, changing factual and normative beliefs may not necessarily lead to a change in social expectations. Deliberation in small groups runs several risks. One is polarization. Often participants with similar ideas will radicalize instead of moderate their viewpoints, as studies of civil juries show. One remedy would be to introduce some measure of diversity into the discussing group. In many experiences of deliberation promoted by UNICEF and NGO, the group is not restricted to the population at risk, to women, for example, but is inclusive of all the members of the reference network of the targeted subpopulation. These may include men, relatives, extended families, religious leaders, and village leaders. For deliberation to be productive, discussions should be sincere and unrestrained, and everyone should feel free to openly express their opinions. One of the factors that can derail such effective deliberation is the existence of power dynamics. When some discussion participants are in a more powerful position than others, the less powerful may not feel free to argue against the points brought up by the more powerful. This situation often occurs in discussion between men and women, especially in cultures where women are not accustomed to expressing their opinions. Many of the external factors that can hamper the effectiveness of a discussion can be greatly alleviated by having an unbiased facilitator guide the discussion. One of his or her duties will be making sure that everyone has a chance to speak and is respectfully listened to. She can also give underrepresented viewpoints a voice. Discussion can also be derailed by internal barriers. A common barrier to a candid discussion is the existence of norms that dictate how we should talk about norms. It has been reported that the mere mention of female genital cutting would be a serious normative breach in some groups. Forcing people to talk about taboo topics will backfire. If discussion of the practice is not allowed, a false impression of consensus can strengthen pluralistic ignorance and give the practice stronger legitimacy. In these cases, too, an external agent may help direct the discussion in a more productive fashion. For example, respected leaders, be they religious or secular, may help people realize that some of their normative beliefs are unfounded. If the issue being discussed is emotionally loaded, arguing about the issue may prompt the listener to resist the argument. This is the case when discussing core values, and especially in cases of what we call moral dumbfounding, where people have strong moral reaction but cannot provide an explanation for their reactions. In many cases of successful deliberation, core values of family, honor, the importance of marriage were intentionally never challenged. Examples of this approach include Tostan in Senegal, the Kembata Women Standing Together, also known as KMG in Ethiopia, and the Institute of Human Rights Education in India. Discussions can explicitly show the reasons why a practice is inconsistent with some core beliefs that we hold. But they can also slowly lead the participants to realize on their own that some of their beliefs are in conflict. Many of the successful interventions that use community deliberation guide people to reach their own conclusion from shared accepted premises. Recall that social norms are not isolated cultural practices. They are steeped in a complex network of factual beliefs, normative beliefs, and values. Because of different strength in the links within a semantic network, a productive and protracted discussion should never be focused on just a single practice or a norm. Ignoring the connection between certain practices and the web of beliefs they are embedded in could prevent the recognition of inconsistencies between these elements. Implicitly directed arguments, which allow participants to discover inconsistencies on their own, encourage a discussion of a broader set of elements more than explicitly directed arguments, which directly expose inconsistencies. They may highlight the importance of certain values and core beliefs without immediately involving a discussion of more peripheral beliefs and practices. For example, a community talks about the importance of core values, such as respect for human life or love for one's children. Discussants work out, in a process of collective deliberation, the practical consequences of these core beliefs and values. Coupled with credible factual information about certain practices, individuals may come to realize that what they do contradicts what they should do as mandated by their values and commitments. Another important consequence of deliberation is the potential severing of weak links in a semantic network. In a semantic network centered on female genital cutting, honor may be strongly linked to purity and purity weakly linked to female genital cutting. It would be easier to sever the link between purity and female genital cutting than to sever the link between honor and purity, since the link between purity and female genital cutting is not central to many other beliefs. Severing weak links becomes easier when alternatives are presented. A girl can still be pure without being cut. In this way, central values and core beliefs are not challenged, but individuals are reoriented to draw different conclusions. Recall that the Salima campaign accomplishes this reorientation by acknowledging that core values such as honor and purity can be better embodied in a whole, uncut, untouched girl body. I have argued that individuals need reasons to change their beliefs and behavior. People are not likely to engage in spontaneous discussion about the validity of norms or practices that they have been in place for a long time. Moreover, drawing attention to implicit core values and their consequences, as well as potential inconsistencies between those values and certain practices, is not a short-term, easy process. This is another reason why discussions should be guided. Facilitators who know and share certain core values and beliefs, and thus are likely to be accepted by the community, play an important role in steering the discussion down a particular direction, such that implicit core values are unearthed and inconsistencies are highlighted. Group discussion has an important public dimension. All the tools I have listed in this lecture make people aware that others are being exposed to the same message. But group deliberation has several advantages. During the discussion, general acceptance of certain arguments becomes visible, which may induce participants to be more willing to accept such arguments themselves. Discussion helps to change our personal normative and factual beliefs and to observe that other beliefs are changing too. The process of belief change becomes a collective one as we change our minds together. Collectively changing personal normative beliefs weakens the normative expectations that support the challenged norm, at least within the group of discussants. Let's now listen to some testimony about the importance of collective discussion.
No, it's very important that individuals who have changed their own factual beliefs are able to share it with their neighbors, share it with other individuals, because in so doing, a better understanding is taking place. Much more effective communication and common understanding of the issue is being achieved. If that doesn't happen, the individual simply has the knowledge to themselves.
Key word in community-led representation are the first two words, community-led. You don't approach only one individual. You call the entire community into a discussion and dialogue so that as a community, they analyze their own situation, and then they discuss and come to an agreement on the effects of open defecation in their own community.
Again, a lot of people like to gravitate towards, let's say, the hardware parts of it. So, having village savings and loan groups and having some kind of economic assets. But the software part is very important. Those discussions with groups of women and groups of men around what it means to be a woman, what it means to be a man, power in the household, and not necessarily telling people, right, but opening a space for them to discuss it and facilitating it in a safe way and in a smart way. That's very necessary for these interventions to work.
Through the discussions, traditional leadership start to change in talking about issues that they were not talking to the communities. They become part of the communities. And when the communities and the talk is open, you find that collective action and commitment includes even traditional leaders. Not only that, it can include government sectors because they come up as community members, not only as politicians or as people of the decision-making sector only.
Yet, accepting an argument and changing behavior are very different things. Group discussion may successfully change personal normative beliefs, even local normative expectations. But what leads to stable behavioral change? For a norm to change in a large population, a sizable majority of consensus must be reached. In rounds of collective discussions, a group may come to agree that the old norm should not be upheld and subsequently envision and agree upon a new practice and promise to follow it. Unless the group is isolated and interaction with other groups are limited, the problem of moving a large majority in a counter-normative direction remains a difficult one. Again, we face a collective action problem. In this lecture, I want to look at the difference between knowledge and actions. And what do I mean by that? We're talking about norm change. And norm change depends on our knowing that other people are changing behavior too. So the question is how these new behaviors can be coordinated so that we will feel safe in transgressing an old norm and changing behavior. I will discuss various ways in which behavior, new behavior in this case, can be coordinated. And in particular, I will highlight the role of trendsetters in spearheading social change. Have a nice lecture. Let us remember what a social norm is made of. There are empirical expectations. That is, we expect people in our reference network to follow a particular rule of behavior. There are normative expectations. That is, we expect people in our reference network to believe that we should follow that particular rule of behavior. And we have a conditional preference for following that rule given these social expectations. We know that empirical expectations must change first in the process of norm abandonment, since norm violators risk being punished for disobeying the norm. We also know that factual and normative belief change alone may not lead to behavioral change. As our beliefs change, we still need to be reasonably sure that we will not find ourselves in a minority by behaving differently. This is typical of collective action problems, where we have reasons to think that a new practice would be better for all, but most individuals hesitate to change for fear of incurring a cost. Let us listen to an example of how difficult it may be to change behavior related to the practice of female genital cutting.
No, even if people know or understand that not cutting a girl will still keep her pure, will still keep her clean, will still maintain her whole, people worry that they would stop cutting their daughters and others will continue cutting, and then they would get their daughters married off and they would not have their children married. Okay, so it's this thing about committing to the change that parents want the best for their children. They want the daughters to get good marriages. So a family decides not to cut a girl, she's kept intact, and then she doesn't get a man, and then the family that cuts the daughter gets a husband. That's one of the worries, that the girl will not be married.
When actions are interdependent, successful change will require not only a change in factual and normative personal beliefs, but also some way to coordinate collective change. Coordination is a complex process, but it cannot occur without first movers. who are willing to take the risk of initiating change. What kind of first mover or potential trendsetter would be willing to incur a cost, and how can they be identified? Let me give you an example of sit-ins as a tool of norm abandonment, the vital role played by first movers in spearheading social change, and the characteristics that enable them to take action. In the early 60s, at the onset of the civil rights movement, Black Americans had ample reasons to protest systemic inequality in the United States. Again, reasons for change are a prerequisite for the collective change of social norms. But many likely felt uneasy about protesting without others to back them up. Andrews and Biggs analyzed the forces that contributed to the rise of sit-ins, a vehicle for protest, and highlight the type of trendsetter who marshaled the movement into full force. The more autonomous and affluent Black adults and Black college students there were in a city, the more likely the city was to experience sit-ins. Autonomous Black adult populations had a greater capacity to dissent, and Black college students likely perceived dissent to be less risky. Black students probably held these perceptions since fewer social sanctions could be applied to them. They could not be fired from a job for staging a sit-in the same way that a working Black adult could be. The very nature of autonomy suggests that autonomous individuals in both populations were more prone than others to deviate from maladaptive norms. Here we must also notice another important element that characterizes trendsetters, in addition to having good reasons for change and being autonomous: risk perception. To act against a norm, one must have a reasonably low perception of the risks one will encounter. I will discuss both autonomy and risk perception later on. Even if trendsetters deviate from an established norm, they will never influence their peer if news of their deviance do not spread. Thus, it is not surprising that in Andrews and Biggs' analysis, news coverage was a particularly significant predictor of subsequent nearby sit-in. Such coverage reliably signaled that dissent was both possible and already occurring. Communication within social networks had a similar yet diminished effect, as these networks could not facilitate the spread of information to as many people or as many locations as the radio or newspapers could. The failure of previous movements to spark social change shows that even if there are trendsetters presently acting against an established norm, their deviance will not necessarily influence their peers. Their behavior, if well publicized, merely increases the likelihood that others will follow. We will later analyze other important elements of norm change, such as the possibility of disseminating information and coordinating actions, both crucial to successful change. But first, let us examine in greater detail what makes a person a first mover. Different individuals will be willing to abandon a social norm under different circumstances. Think of joining a protest. I may be willing to initiate a protest, while another may only join after 10 or more people are already protesting. In this case, we say that I have a threshold of 0 and the other person has a threshold of 10. Someone else who's very prudent may only join a protest if there are 100 protesters or more. This person has a threshold of 100. When actions are interdependent, an individual's behavior will depend on the number of other individuals already engaging in that behavior. What we call a threshold is simply the number or proportion of others who must make a decision before a given actor follows suit. People thresholds for engaging in an activity are usually different. And we should pay attention to the distribution of thresholds in the population when we try to understand the dynamics of change, since the distribution of the thresholds determines the outcome of the aggregate behavior. As an example, imagine 10 people who are deciding whether to strike. Suppose one has a threshold of 0, another has a threshold of 1, and all the others have a threshold of 6. Each of them must observe 6 strikers before joining in. The 0 threshold individual will initiate the strike, and the individual with a threshold of 1 observing the first striker will join in. But the other 8 will not move, since their threshold of 6 is not met. In this case, the initial strike will quickly die out. One's threshold will depend on the perception of the potential risk involved in performing certain actions, and in the case of norm abandonment, also on how intensely one dislikes the norm. If enough people reach their threshold for a particular behavior, in our case it is norm abandonment, a tipping point will be reached. A tipping point is a critical point beyond which a group dramatically switches behavior and, in the case of norm abandonment, completely abandons a norm. A tipping point is reached once the empirical expectation of a significant number of people have changed and there is a shared sense that enough other people are behaving in a counter-normative way. A cascade of behavioral change will follow, and when this happens, the old normative expectation will be abandoned too. If so many people have changed behavior, one will no longer expect to be punished for transgressing the norm. In order to initiate norm abandonment, we need someone to move first. We need individuals with very low thresholds who are willing to defy the established norm. What are the markings of a trendsetter? When a norm is well established, there are obvious benefits to follow it and costs to deviate. In a social environment in which only a small proportion of individuals are willing to first deviate from an established norm, those individuals should have considerable reasons for deviating. They should be less sensitive to the norm in question, and they should have a diminished perception of the risks of deviating. I have already discussed many of the possible ways in which people can develop reasons to deviate and why it is important for these reasons to be shared. So let us now focus on the characteristics that make someone a trendsetter in a specific situation. First and foremost, a trendsetter will have a very low threshold, sometimes a 0 threshold. The 0 threshold person is the one who starts a protest, the first who sends his daughter to school, the one who first decides to abandon female genital cutting. What are the determinants of a low threshold? Let's start with norm sensitivity. Sensitivity to a norm refers to how much a person cares about what the norm stands for. Norm sensitivity embodies one's personal reasons for obeying the norm. A highly sensitive individual could list several good, important reasons why a particular norm should be enforced, whereas an individual with low sensitivity who does not care much about the norm may only obey it to avoid the sanctions that transgression incurs. Rosa Parks, who openly defied the norm of bus segregation evidently had little or no sensitivity to it. Let us call a person's sensitivity to a particular norm, let's say the norm is called N, we call it Kn. For example, a person who's not very convinced of the advantages of child marriage will have very low sensitivity to that norm. In other words, a very low Kn. Whereas a person who's convinced that child marriage is the best way to protect a child's honor will be highly sensitive to such a norm. Both individuals, however, may be highly sensitive to a norm of reciprocity. Norm sensitivity is domain-specific. Note that sensitivity to a norm does not depend on social expectations, on what other people do or approve of. It is instead related to our reasons to support a norm. Sensitivity to a norm may thus be subject to change when a person receives information about how harmful a certain practice might be. For example, if a committed recycler discovers that recycling actually pollutes the environment, she will reconsider the importance of recycling as her reasons to endorse it have changed. If a practice is a social norm, we know that even the behavior of individuals with high sensitivity to that norm will be conditional on their social expectations. A person who has low sensitivity to, say, a norm of latrine use will respond very quickly to a change in empirical expectation. If he becomes aware that many people still practice open defecation, he will too. A person with high sensitivity, instead, will need a dramatic change in empirical expectation before being willing to change behavior. This person has personal reasons to adhere to the new practice of latrine usage, but eventually the realization that most people are reverting to open defecation will weaken his resolve. Sensitivity may not change, but behavior will, since the public good of better sanitation is no longer produced. Individuals who are willing to break from tradition beyond a low level of sensitivity to a particular norm should also be relatively insensitive to general pressures of conformity and be autonomous in their decision-making. To identify such individuals, one must first overcome the hurdles of defining and operationalizing autonomy. There are several psychological definitions of autonomy that are useful when attempting to identify potential trendsetter. But even these operational definitions of autonomy are not all predictive of the same kind of trendsetter. One primary distinction that has been made between two different forms of autonomy is reactive and reflective autonomy, or the distinction between the freedom from the governance of others and the freedom to self-govern, respectively. Many of the proposed ways to measure autonomy tend to tap into one of these two definitions. Measurements that tap into reactive autonomy appear to assess an independent form of autonomy manifested in agency and interpersonal separation, while measurements that tap into reflective autonomy represent an interdependent form of autonomy, strongly and positively interpersonal in nature. These two forms of autonomy are only loosely associated in individuals. Individuals who score high on measurement of reflective autonomy tend to be extroverted, assertive, altruistic, and open to new values, while individuals who score high on reactive autonomy tend to be somewhat disagreeable and introverted, though assertive. Both types of autonomous people tend to be agentic and willing to deviate from customary behaviors if given adequate reasons for doing so. One would imagine that people who score high on reflective autonomy, that is, who tend to be independently motivated yet positively interpersonal, are more likely to be central in a particular social network, while the people who score high on reactive autonomy, and therefore who tend to be independent and solitary, are more likely to be peripheral members of their social network. In general, people would more likely be influenced by the actions of reflectively autonomous agents. If they are central in their social network, their actions would be more readily observable, and their likable personalities would make people more willing to listen to and follow them. That said, these likely more central autonomous individuals would also be subject to a greater number of potential social sanctions than socially peripheral and autonomous individuals. Often people who are at the center of a network and occupy a leading position are prototypical, in the sense that they embody the norms and values of their community. In this respect, it is the reactive, autonomous, and less central individuals who will be more likely to deviate on their own. Studies often point out that trendsetters are more likely to be fringe members of society. That said, this fringe behavior will not have much influence until it is adopted by more central and integrated members of society. The case may be different for powerful people who could, to a point, be subject to fewer sanctions for a variety of reasons, one being the fear of retaliation that the powerful can exact on the less powerful. An example of a reflectively autonomous agent was the wife of a village leader who, after being convinced of the merits of exclusive breastfeeding, decided to reject feeding her newborn water and instead breastfeed. Here, the leader's wife was autonomous in that she was sufficiently uninfluenced by the pressures of conformity to feed her child water instead of colostrum, and was reflectively so because she deviated, at least in part, for the benefit of her peers. In addition, being in a position of power, she knew her behavior would be especially scrutinized by other villagers, but also possibly used as a model for changing their own behavior. Indeed, after the villagers saw how her child did not become sick as they had anticipated, they began to reconsider early breast milk as a viable food for newborns. However, it is important to acknowledge that her being in a position of power and at the center of a network made her action much more visible and more subject, at least in principle, to potential sanctions. But her powerful position also mitigated the risks of criticism. Trendsetter perception of risk is another crucial element we will explore in the next lecture.
Child marriage is a local phenomenon, and the agents of change, not least adolescent girls and boys and their parents, have to come from the local community. Some of the girls from the adolescent girls groups, supported by UNICEF, became trendsetters and role models by personally intervening to stop child marriages. Religious leaders, caste leaders, community leaders, teachers, and health workers also have important roles to play to set new trends and to be agents of change.
There have been people who have boldly come out and declared in Sudan that we've stopped cutting in our family, we are not cutting our children. In fact, one of the things that's being done in the Salima is this idea of Salima ambassadors, well-known people who come out and openly say that we declare for not cutting girls, and we might call them trendsetters because they are like the face of the new movement not to cut girls.
In addition to norm sensitivity described in the last video, risk perception and risk sensitivity also determine whether someone is willing to be a first mover. Prior to the civil rights movement, staging a sit-in to protest systemic inequality was a highly risky activity. And indeed, it was the presence of black students in a city for whom deviating incurred fewer risks than for working adults that predicted the incidence of sit-ins. For Black Americans, the risk of deviating from the norms maintaining these inequalities was very real. But it was the perceived magnitude of such risk what ultimately influenced their behavior. Black college students who perceived the risk to be smaller than they actually were, or who were generally risk-seeking, were theoretically more likely to stage a sit-in than risk-averse students or students with more accurate perception of the potential consequences of deviating. In this example, and in many others, the risks of being a first mover are especially high. So trendsetters are likely to be either particularly risk-insensitive or to misperceive the actual risks of deviance. We must distinguish risk sensitivity, a general trait, from the more variable risk perception, as both are essential determinants of a person's willingness to be the first to abandon a norm. Psychological research sheds light on how risk sensitivity influences behavior and what types of people are generally risk-seeking or risk-averse. I should stress that the person's risk sensitivity is invariant. It is a stable disposition. It is often assumed that criminals, adolescents with ADHD, and entrepreneurs share a low sensitivity to risk. They largely discount the future or have permanent, overly optimistic views of their chances of success. In contrast to risk sensitivity, risk perception varies in the same person depending on the specific situation. Risk perception changes based on the actual circumstances, what is at stake, and the action under consideration. The same person with generally high or moderate risk sensitivity could have a very low risk perception in a particular situation. For example, a person of moderate risk sensitivity may not dare cut in line at a supermarket because of the likely disapproval that this action would incur, but may feel much less restrained in stealing some small item in an unpopulated aisle. This person has moderate risk sensitivity and generally avoids risky behavior, but her perception of what constitutes risky behavior vary across situations. Moreover, within a particular domain, in this case cutting in line in a supermarket, risk perception will also vary across individuals. One individual may optimistically believe that cutting in line would at most induce a sneer from other customers, whereas another individual with similar risk sensitivity may imagine that the same action would induce insulting and embarrassing comments. What differentiates objective and perceived risk? In the case of a social norm, several factors may influence risk perception. Risk perception may depend on one's uncertainty about the objective risk of deviating from a norm. A person who has not experienced the consequences of transgressing a norm may perceive the cost as greater or lower than they actually are. Risk perception may also depend on one's degree of optimism about the success of one's action. A prime example of this is a person's confidence that they will be followed by others if they initiate a strike. A person's degree of optimism about the success of their actions relates to Bandura's concept of perceived self-efficacy. Perceived self-efficacy is one's perceived capacity to exercise control over oneself and events in one's life. It is distinct from autonomy in that autonomy is defined as the perceived ability to act independently from others' control, while perceived self-efficacy focuses on the degree of influence one feels he can exert with his actions. Theoretically, trendsetters should be both autonomous and have high perceived self-efficacy before deviating from an established norm. When dealing with counter-normative actions, one must believe that one's action will carry weight before being willing to engage in them. Lastly, risk perception may be influenced by the perceived trade-off between the risk of negative sanction and the much larger benefit incurred in initiating new behavior. In other words, focusing on the expected benefits may cause one to forget about negative consequences and dampen risk perception. We can assume that risk sensitivity is normally distributed in a population. On the contrary, risk perception will be distributed around the objective risk. Suppose that it is well known that violation of the norm that one should wait in line when paying at the supermarket elicit a strong display of disapproval. In this case, most people's risk perception will cluster around the typical disapproval response. Now, let us look at the following three figures, each visualizing the probability of norm abandonment when a specific proportion of people is deviating from an established norm. These figures exemplify how the independent factors of risk sensitivity, risk perception, and norm sensitivity jointly predict how likely one is to switch from an established norm to a new behavior. In the first figure, nobody has yet switched to the new behavior. Even extremely norm-insensitive individuals will factor into their decision-making how many of their peers have abandoned the norm, and the risk of doing so themselves. What differentiates the first movers in this figure from other norm-insensitive individuals is their risk sensitivity and situation-specific perception of risk. Remember, is the alpha that combines the two in the leftmost distribution. These trendsetters with very low norm sensitivity and equally low risk perception and risk sensitivity fall at the very extreme ends of both distributions of Ks and alphas, which means that only a very small segment of the population is willing to be the first to deviate from the established norm. Note that the changing colors in these figures, from deep red to light yellow, represents the probability of abandonment. As you can see, the probability, the red-colored area, is extremely low. You can also see that as alpha and K increase, the colors gradually become lighter, representing a decrease in the likelihood of abandonment. Also, please note that I use the variable alpha to represent a person's combination of risk sensitivity and risk perception. If nobody has yet changed behavior, the alpha distribution is skewed to the right, towards the value of 1. Since the objective risk is very high, and risk perception usually hovers around it. Now look at the second figure. Here, 30% of the population has already abandoned the norm. And we see that moderately norm-sensitive individuals who were completely unwilling to abandon the norm when 0% of the population had abandoned it, are beginning to consider abandonment as a viable option. Note that the distribution of alpha has significantly changed from the original distribution in the previous figure. Because a larger proportion of the population has abandoned the norm, the perceived risk of deviating are likely diminished. Recall that alpha, again, is a combination of the stable trait of risk sensitivity and the more variable perception of risk. Also note that the distribution of norm sensitivity, i.e. the distribution of the case, has remained the same. However, the probability of norm abandonment has significantly increased, as is shown by the darker colors in the distribution of Kn. This is true for every value of k in this new distribution. Here we see that more moderate individuals and not just trendsetters are abandoning the norm. Finally, the third figure depicts a situation in which 55% of the population has abandoned the norm. There is now a slight majority of deviators, and it appears that a tipping point has been reached. Notice that the distribution of alpha has again changed and is skewed toward lower values. These represent a further shift in people's perception of risk, since when a majority has abandoned the norm, the risk of deviating are considerably smaller than what they were initially. Similarly, the distribution of k's remains the same, but the probability of abandonment for each value of k has substantially increased, as the darker colors show. When identifying potential trendsetters in a population, it is important to accurately measure their predictive traits, that is, risk sensitivity and risk perception, and norm sensitivity. Risk sensitivity is usually measured experimentally by looking at a range of individual decisions. Specific risk perception can be measured through questionnaires and vignettes, where individuals are asked about what is likely to happen if a norm deviation occurs, varying the number of deviators. Norm sensitivity can be measured by presenting individuals with hypothetical scenarios in which we systematically induce different empirical and normative expectations and assess whether their behavior would change. The less it would change, the more sensitive one is to the particular norm. Once prospective trendsetters have been identified, intervention should target them first, because they have the highest likelihood of actually changing their behavior when no one else is willing. Beware that what I'm showing here is a simplified explanation of the dynamics of trendsetters and conformists. It is important to remember that we may face more extreme situations in which a distribution of norm sensitivity with respect to a particular norm is not normal. For example, well-entrenched norms may be cherished by the population, and therefore the distribution of the k's will be skewed to the right. This means that the average norm sensitivity will be quite high. In such case, the likelihood of encountering a substantial number of trendsetters is low, and norm change will be unlikely to occur. In summary, people will have different thresholds for action based not only on their personal sensitivity to a norm, their K, but also on the risk sensitivity and their particular risk perception in that situation. A person's choice to abandon a norm will thus depend on her sensitivity to it, on her risk sensitivity and risk perception, and of course, on how many others are following the norm. As we've seen, a person with low norm sensitivity but high risk perception will probably have a high threshold. So the proportion of transgressors will have to be quite high to induce her to change behavior. In the previous video, I examined how the combination of norm sensitivity, risk sensitivity, and risk perception may lead people to deviate from a social norm. Now, I want to look more closely at how all of the important elements interact to jointly produce societal change. Trendsetters live and act within a network of social relations, and the structure of this network may determine whether their deviant behavior will or will not produce social change. In every population, there are different types of individuals with different psychological traits. Specifically, individuals will have different levels of risk sensitivity, which is a stable trait, norm sensitivity, and risk perception. And these levels will likely vary for the same individual from one norm to another. A highly autonomous, self-efficacious, risk-insensitive individual may not be a trendsetter with respect to a particular norm due to a high norm sensitivity or high risk perception. Someone who's a trendsetter in abandoning child marriage may not be one in combating corruption. It would therefore be wrong to take generically of norm entrepreneurs. It is only with respect to a specific norm that we can distinguish a conformist from a first mover. Depending on the distribution of risk sensitivity, risk perception, and norm sensitivity in a population, change may or may not occur. People will have different thresholds for change given their unique combination of characteristics or types. Observing 10% of people in one reference network join a protest may be enough for all individuals to follow suit, whereas a more conservative type will wait and see, joining only when 80% of the population is participating. These individuals have very different thresholds, that is, the point at which they will change behavior. We have already discussed thresholds and how trendsetters have a very low, even a zero threshold. Because people have different thresholds for change, the existence of trendsetters does not guarantee the abandonment of a norm. Suppose we have 5 trendsetters who are willing to abandon a standing norm when none of their peers have abandoned it, and the rest of the relevant population is only willing to abandon when at least 10 of their peers have abandoned. If there is a big gap between the trendsetter threshold and other people thresholds, no meaningful change is likely to occur. Look at this figure and the little bump. In this case, there is a gap in thresholds and there are not enough trendsetters to meet the majority threshold, so the new behavior dies out. This is a case of fail diffusion. Remember the sit-in staged by the Black college students and working adults I mentioned earlier. Many sit-ins were staged prior to the successful one in Greensboro, North Carolina, that fails to incite the same rebellious fever. An important reason was the low number of Black college students prior to the 60s. Even if all the students had a very low threshold for protest, there was a huge gap between them and the rest of the Black population, who had much more to lose, and thus probably had a much higher threshold. A gap in threshold may be filled if people assign different weights or degrees of value to the behavior of those around them. The friends and family of the initial trendsetters will value their actions more than strangers will. In this way, the action of a few are multiplied for those socially close to the first movers. The friends and family who follow them will fill the gap. This filling of the gap, if widespread, can make a discontinuous distribution functionally continuous. If we presuppose a normal distribution of types, and therefore of thresholds, a model of change could assume that this progressive adoption of new behavior would reach a tipping point, where the adoption of the behavior becomes self-sustaining. The figure here, modeling this change as an S-shaped curve, has been successfully used to describe the spread of innovations. In this model, adoption of the new behavior may slowly increase until it hits a tipping point, upon which adoption rates massively increase and later taper off due to saturation. This model, however, is not a good representation of how social norms change. In contrast to this smooth function, thresholds for norm abandonment in a population are not continuous. The actions of few individuals may influence those close by, but rarely an entire reference network. Threshold gaps may be significant when most people's thresholds are very high. Consider that norm sensitivity may not be normally distributed. Whether the distribution is skewed to the right, which means most people are very sensitive to the norm, or to the left, which means most people are not very sensitive to the norm, there will be no change unless individuals are reasonably sure that they are not deviating alone. In the first case, sensitivity to the norm may be so high that people are very reluctant to deviate from it. That is, most people will have a very high threshold. In the second case, people's sensitivity to the norm may be low. But if there is a mismatch between objective and perceived consensus, which is typical of pluralistic ignorance, risk perception may be extremely high, as most people believe that the norm is strongly endorsed by the population, and again, their threshold will be very high. In such cases, behavioral change is not gradual and continuous, and definitely does not take the shape of an S-curve. I also previously argued that change in social norms, especially when the norm is well entrenched, will involve acquiring reasons for abandoning it. Though a change in personal beliefs may take the form of an S-shaped curve, behavior will take a very different form, as I will show in the next video. A significant revolution occurred in Egypt in 2011, characterized mainly by demonstrations and other forms of nonviolent protests. The 2011 protest in Tahrir Square, perhaps the most memorable moment in the revolution, looked like a sudden spike in behavioral change. In truth, it was preceded by a progressive change in personal beliefs that were not made public, as discussion was probably limited to small groups of dissenters. There was a progressive accumulation of collective unrest and dissatisfaction with the old regime that finally found a voice in the Tahrir Square protest. The very act of protesting is a costly signal, powerful enough to convey the idea that dissenters are committed to change. As was the case with the civil rights movement, the media eventually amplified the effects of the protest by disseminating information that the uprising was happening. The progressive change in personal normative beliefs, that is, an increasing disapproval towards the police brutality, lack of democratic elections, and a lack of free speech under President Hosni Mubarak, and the updating of normative and empirical expectations, facilitated by the media, sufficiently motivated Egyptian citizens to coordinate a collective change. A continuous, progressive change in personal beliefs manifested as a discontinuous shift or series of shifts in behavior. This figure is different from the one we saw in the previous video. Here, you still see an S-shaped continuous curve, but it does not represent behavioral change. Instead, it represents the percentage of people who, through time, change their personal normative beliefs about a particular norm. The change may initiate slowly, but then acquires momentum as more and more people are convinced that change is necessary. Now, look at the top of the S-curve. Here, almost 100% of the population have changed beliefs about a norm. Yet, this does not mean that 100% of people will act. For a long time, we may not see a change in behavior, and only when enough people have changed their personal normative beliefs, there will be a spike, appearing as a sudden abandonment of the social norm by the majority of its former adherents. Note that if a majority of individuals care about the norm, that is, have high norm sensitivity, belief change will probably be very slow, and it may not take the shape of an S-curve. I will discuss this case later in this lecture. What I want to stress here is that the curve that represents belief change will look different from the one that represents behavioral change. In the lecture about tools for change, we explored various ways in which individual beliefs, factual and normative, can change. I have also pointed out that belief change, especially when dealing with social norms, is not sufficient to induce behavioral change. Individuals want to be reasonably sure that their choice to abandon a standing norm will not be penalized. A spike in behavioral change, therefore, occurs when a mechanism that coordinates empirical expectations, that is, our beliefs about each other's actions, is in place. So what induces a majority of people to change behavior? What causes this spike? What sort of coordination mechanism can help achieve behavioral change? The media will play an important role in coordinating empirical expectation, as they inform about a change in behavior as it happens in real time. It is not only important to know that deviant behavior exists, but at the same time to know that thousands of people who watch television or listen to the radio are aware that change is occurring. A trusted government mandate is also a coordinating device, due to its public character. Another way to build trust that change is indeed occurring is a public commitment, that is, promising to abandon the old practice and to adopt a new one. A public commitment may be very effective if it is made with people we know and with whom we have repeated interactions. We are motivated to stand by what we agree to, lest our reputation be tarnished. Nothing will convince others about the depth of our commitment like a costly signal. In communities where promises are honored, such commitments are a powerful tool to generate trust that change is coming. When we trust that other people will abandon an old practice and adopt a new one, we are functionally changing our empirical expectation about the future behavior of members of our reference network. Changing empirical expectation lessens the grip of normative ones, and norm change will follow. Many NGOs report witnessing massive public declaration where several villages pledge conformity to a new behavior. As a result, new normative expectations were created about how many members of one's reference network approved of the newly established behavior. Public commitments, when successful, are an effective way to coordinate people's expectations that change will come.
In the communities where people have signed on to abandon FGC, when a family goes against the pledge or the declaration and cuts a girl, then the opposite happens. That family now is ostracized. Nobody wants to visit them. They will not even come to the celebration if they have one. Neighbors will not come and congratulate you on cutting your girl because it's a collective decision. We are not cutting the girl and you've gone against it. It's important that we see a lot of people in the community openly declare that they are not going to cut the daughters for it to translate into general change. So it's important that a lot more people openly come out and say that we stand for not cutting our girls so that others will see that, yes, it's okay not to cut your daughter.
Coordination, however, is rarely perfect. Either the message may not last long enough, or it may be heard by only a part of the population, or there may be some doubt about the legitimacy or truthfulness of the signal. An imperfect coordinating mechanism may induce part of the population to initiate new behavior, but this behavior, when of inadequate magnitude, may be too costly for people to sustain. The figure you see tells a common story of imperfect coordination. Like in the previous figure, the change in personal normative beliefs is gradual, and change in behavior is discontinuous. Change here takes place at intervals that represent the working of coordinating mechanisms. We may observe some change and then a decline until some new coordinating device is implemented. In this respect, norm abandonment can be quite fragile. This process may continue with stops and starts for a relatively long time until the majority has moved along. The stepwise function well represents how coordinating signals may only induce some partial change. When the signal ends, even some who were convinced to change may revert to their old ways, realizing that not everyone coordinated on the signal. New, persistent signals will be needed to drive that population to a sustainable change. The most difficult problem to address in norm change is when the majority of the population, though aware of alternatives, values their standing practices. As they attempt to initiate change, trendsetters will face almost insurmountable odds. Beliefs have not yet changed, and when and if they do, the change will be painfully slow. If there are dissident community members convinced that their practices are harmful, then it may be best for these individuals to come together into small groups. Trendsetters who come together into small groups can, if they are self-sufficient, break off from the broader network in which they were previously embedded and create their own independent reference network. In this case, they need not fear punishment, as they are sufficiently insulated from the larger population. Think of the Amish, who came to America precisely because they rejected life in European society and wanted to create groups with their own rules and religion. They have remained independent and self-sufficient for centuries. These networks possess several prominent properties. They are dense in that each individual has many connections with other network members and display a high level of similarity among its members. It is important to note that these networks did not spread their lifestyle to other nearby groups, nor did they want to. In fact, the Amish form a tightly knit group that is sufficiently segregated from the rest of society so as to impede diffusion. In many cases, however, a tightly knit network is not able to implement and sustain a new behavior. Take the case of female genital cutting, which is often a societal prerequisite for finding a husband. If marriage market norms encourage exogamous marriages, a local change in personal beliefs, both factual and normative, will not be sufficient to change marriage patterns. In this case, the reference network includes other communities of potential mates, and at least some of these communities need to be involved for change to occur. Small groups that want to implement a new type of behavior, for example, ending child marriage or female genital cutting, will have an incentive to both give the other cohorts reasons for change and practically convince them that changing won't incur negative consequences. We may think of the starting group as a sort of collective trendsetter that wants to spread its new ideas to other networks. But how does the collective trendsetter successfully reach these other networks? Mackie and Lejeune discuss how deliberation not only develops within what they call the core group of trendsetters, but also how it diffuses out of the core group through local and more general networks. There are several possible channels of diffusion that may be employed. Discussion with family and friends, meeting with elders, religious leaders, women groups, community meetings, and discussion with nearby communities, or inter-village meetings with delegates from surrounding communities. All these interventions aim to secure a collective shift of personal beliefs, factual and normative, that could eventually facilitate a change in social expectations. In other words, they provide sufficient reasons for change to convince others of the need to abandon a standing norm. We know that changing personal belief is not equivalent to changing social expectations, especially empirical ones. Changing the latter means either directly observing or trusting that a practice is being abandoned and that a new one is emerging. At this point, our core group of trendsetters must convince others that they can reduce the risk associated with abandoning a norm. Organizing natural food societies in China, in which families committed to not bind their daughters' feet and allowed their sons only to marry unbound women, fought one of the main obstacles to the elimination of foot binding, the marriageability problem. Though families were convinced through public campaigns of the adverse effects of foot binding, the threat remained of not finding a husband for an unbound daughter. Marriage societies for the mutual abandonment of foot binding promised suitable mates for unbound girls, eliminating the greatest risk associated with abandoning the practice. Indian dowry-free matrimony websites are another example of an attempt to create such protected networks, as they also complement information campaigns with the assurance that daughters will find husbands. These networks change members' empirical and normative expectation through the creation of a new marriage market. Their very existence confirms that others have already deviated from a norm, while the available pool of potential spouses mitigates the effect of abandoning a shared practice. The last obstacle a small group of first movers must overcome to expand their network is that of trust. The members of a small protected network bent on changing certain practices do not often face issues trusting each other. The independent group relies so much on itself that trust between members occurs naturally for the purpose of their own survival. Such groups will not need any formal or external signals of commitment. Recall the example of the Amish. For children who grow up in an Amish community, all they know is the lifestyle, values, and culture of their group. So leaving their community entails both a tremendous risk and a loss of identity. The risk is shared and keeps members together. Groups that decide to abandon a social norm that is shared in the wider population may not have the possibility of creating a self-sustaining, independent network. Outside of the small network, the problem of trust and commitment may easily arise. It is in this case that public commitments become a crucial element of change. We have seen the efficacy of public commitments in building trust that change is indeed occurring, that is, collectively promising to abandon the old practice and adopt a new one. A public commitment may be very effective if it is done with people we know and with whom we have repeated interactions. However, the creation of small networks or the organized diffusion of new ideas, starting from small groups, is not a feasible alternative when the communities are very large, for example, in large cities. Scaling up certain intervention proves to be quite difficult. I already discussed the importance of the media in norm change. In the next video, I shall expand on the role of the media as trendsetters. In a large population, the effects of radio and television, particularly soap operas, on behavioral change can be quite powerful. Studies of the effects of Indian soap operas on gender schemas report that often village men refer to television as a driver for change. One man, for example, remarked that since TV had come to the village, women were doing less work than before. So men had to do more work, like helping wives to clean the house. But how did the soap opera evoke this change? If the viewers perceive the television characters to be representative of real people and real situations, as is often the case, then these characters fill the role of a highly publicized trendsetter, teaching people about alternative lifestyles. The main character of a story about education or child marriage may be a girl belonging to a very typical family with which people can easily identify. The novelty is that the girl has different aspirations. For example, she wants an education and maybe wants to marry for love. This fictitious character takes the place of a real trendsetter, and her adventures can draw attention to the hurdles and triumphs that new behavior will likely encounter. The representative yet rebellious protagonist not only deviates from established norms, but her deviance meets with success. This leads viewers to expect that if they were to oppose the established norm, then they would meet with the same success. Radio and television, with their fictional characters, greatly exceed a real trendsetter ability to change empirical expectations. The same message, when presented through a highly popular soap opera, reaches many more people. It is more powerful because everybody knows that all their friends watch the same program. Changing behavior in this case should be perceived as less risky and isolating. Some governments and international organizations have attempted to harness the power of entertainment to produce meaningful social changes. Such productions are termed education entertainment or edutainment. One of the earliest edutainment productions, Simplemente Maria, which means Simply Maria, was produced in Peru and offered an alternative rags to riches reality of a young woman who successfully achieved upward social mobility through hard work and education. The effects on the watchers were significant. Enrollment in adult literacy classes grew in Peru and surrounding countries. Maids rose in social status, likely because the star of the show was a maid, and sales of sewing machines, which Maria frequently used, mushroomed. When well-designed, edutainment productions essentially provide a tutorial for social change. Through a vicarious reproduction of what effective change can look like, they demonstrate to viewers what they should expect when engaging in new behavior. When the characters deviate from the socially prototypical behaviors, they typically meet with success, signaling to the viewers that if they were to do the same, they would also be successful. This process likely amplifies the viewers' perceived self-efficacy, making them more willing to deviate. Tinka Tinka Sue, which means happiness lies in small things, was an especially effective Indian radio soap designed to promote equality and female empowerment. Studies of the effects of the soap opera in the village of Ludsan show that it had a powerful influence. Indeed, village leaders sent a large poster letter signed by 184 of its residents proclaiming listening to Tinka Tinka Sue has benefited all listeners of our village, especially the women. Our village now actively opposes the practice of dowry. The program gave listeners clear examples of what happens when actors engage in maladaptive or harmful lifestyles. Child marriage results in a death through childbirth, and a bride's inadequate dowry results in extreme mistreatment by her husband's family. Eventually, the protagonist signaled disapproval for these practices, showing a low norm sensitivity, and reject them in favor of more progressive ones. Personal and collective efficacy are also stressed. Several of the show's initially negative characters are able to abandon their vices and direct their lives in healthier directions. The success that these protagonists encounter and the tribulation that they overcome signal to the viewer that the risk associated with abandoning harmful norms are manageable. These signals can help reduce the viewer's perception of risk, making them more willing to deviate themselves. At the same time, the viewer's sensitivity to the standing norm diminishes while learning about all the negative consequences of their customary practices. In addition to providing vivid, realistic examples of norm change, the media can promote interactivity from the audience. An Indian soap opera, Hum Log, which means we people, successfully induced viewers to express their opinions on a particular practice or value, illustrated in each episode. At the end of each episode, Kumar, a father figure, encouraged viewers to send in letters with their thoughts. Hum Log attracted an unprecedentedly large viewer base that collectively sent in hundreds of thousands of letters in response to the epilogues. Analysis of these letters showed that audience members' personal normative beliefs were positively influenced by the show, and that they felt deeply connected to the characters. Indeed, many young girls and boys wrote to Kumar begging him to convince their parents to let them marry the person of their choice. And enrollment rates of girls in elementary school rose from 10% to 38% in just 1 year of Hum Log broadcast. In sum, successful soap operas and other media-based narratives have a major potential to change social norms. They present alternative ways of behaving and show the negative consequences of traditional practices, lowering the norm sensitivity of their viewers. By vividly illustrating that deviants can meet with success, they also lower viewer risk perception and bolster their confidence in their ability to bring change. Because people often watch these shows together and know that many others are watching elsewhere, they update their normative expectation as they come to believe that many others now disapprove of the traditional practice. These narratives typically feature characters that are representative of all major social groups. For example, rich, poor, mother, father, child, teacher, and so on. The fact that the shows portray members of all walks of life coming together to condemn a practice signals that many members of the viewer reference network may also be aware of the problems associated with the practice, and that they might be willing to fight it. All these elements will make individuals more willing to deviate from a norm. As Supriya Mukherjee stated in the interview you can watch in video 7 of lecture 11, to be successful, soap operas need to stay on air for a long time. The message must be clear, and they must reach large numbers of people. With this in mind, what are the advantages of soap operas or edutainment over other tools to spearhead social change? If perfectly coordinated abandonment is not necessary, then people will abandon a social norm at a faster rate than they would otherwise, assuming that the production stays on air until norm abandonment has reached a tipping point. Sending girls to school or changing breastfeeding practices are examples of situations where change does not require full participation. On the other hand, if abandoning a norm calls for strong coordination, a positive effect of this type of media exposure is that coordination may be attainable at an earlier point in time. Legal and economic intervention can and should be implemented, but do not always reach everyone in an area. Soap operas, which are likely to reach a large number of people, spread the intended message in a format that people can relate to.